Believe you me, if you give them confidence to go after NDC, and gradually, the APC will achieve their plan of the one-party state.
All right, thank you very much, Ayo. We have OTP. OTP, good morning.
Good morning, Mindset. My own, what is bothering me is what they said that the party has no candidate and all that. What about other parties like AAC, the Showways party? I don't know if they've gotten any candidates since they started years ago. So someone should educate me. And the judgment, we don't have the CC. Well, that means the original. Why is that our courts? Don't they have like a spokesperson that will represent the court and give details of judgment? Even translate it. Why are we acting as if we act so strange in this country, man? We use big, even fellas sang this thing. We use big grammars for judgment when we in a country where people are not educated. Eh? We use big grammar for education where people are not educated. Even NTA will translate news in different languages. The court will not translate news. I was watching this program this morning. One guy is saying what they did is right, another one is saying what they did is wrong. Come on, man. I just like you just pop this in. We know political parties that have been in existence, they've not won one seat, but they are not part of this disqualification. What's going on here, man? As you said, the NDC is not safe. Other political parties are not safe because if you check the NDC status on the INEC website, there is a court order. You see somebody, they wrote his name, they now put court order by the side. What is all this? Good morning, people, Nigerians.
Good morning. Thank you, OTP. You mentioned AAC, right? Please correct me, sir. Is that AAC?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me go back. Sorry, Ayo, your hand is up. What is it regarding, sir?
Yes, I just want to make mention of the fact that if ADC is to be deregistered according to that kangaroo judge, now AAC that has no elected position is left out. You see, when we look at the basis or the ground at which the parties Accord, majorly Accord and ADC are deregistered, it does not make sense. It does not make sense at all because AAC, Shoro party does not have any elected member at all in all federations. So that one is left aside. And AAC is not a new party. No, this is not a new party. So ADC, at least in the 2023 election, as elected, I don't know whether they have defected or not. That's not the case that we are dealing with. We are talking about whether they have elected officials, and they have. So what is the basis of the registering them? I believe this is the long-term goal of this judgment is to deregister NDC. If you think that the deregister is good and fine, the long-term goal, the agenda is to use this as a parameter, as a basis to register NDC. And at the end of the day, 2027, there will be no viable opposition party on the ballot. And looking at that, APC will achieve its goal, which is to have a one-party state. So if we allow this to stand, don't say whether you're a member of NDC or you're a member of PDP or you're a member of whatever. No. And don't say because you're a member of APC, and this is it sweet you. No. See, if we allow this country to be run this way, Afghanistan will be like a paradise. Good morning, Mindset.
And thank you once again, Ayo. So last month, when I was on a space hosted by Olajumoke, my topic on that space was a 72-hour space, right? My topic on that space was a one-party state. And she was quite surprised, why do I choose a one-party state? And I made it very clear that Bola Ahmed Tinubu's party, APC, as it stands today, that was last month, wants to be the only one on the ballot. And people do not understand it. And people would argue, okay, there's other political parties. There's a lot of landmines that have been put around for this opposition party. Nobody is safe. Like Ayo said, if you're going with this judgment, it does not make sense. ADC as a political party won a seat in Kogi State, and I think they won a seat in a different another place, right? So why do you then deregister them saying they have not won anything? Does that make sense to anyone? I believe Accord won something as well. So ADC and Accord party should not be deregistered if you're going with the law of Nigeria. But you see, the thing here is anything that gets to the Nigerian judiciary, especially the Federal High Court in FCT, whatever you see, you take. Whatever you see, you take before you get to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, yes, they are not perfect, but you see the rot in the appeal court, Federal High Court, especially the Federal High Court in FCT. It's not going, I mean, it's going to take Nigerians more than 20 years to clean the rot in the Federal High Court. Because whatever you see is take. People don't feel comfortable about it. So don't relax and say it's not going to affect your political party. If you guys continue to do whatever you want to do, which you have every right to, continue to focus on what is not necessary. The thing you should focus on as an opposition party is INEC, the judiciary, and then talk about insecurity. These three things is enough for you to actually find your way if you're going to win the election or not. But you see, the idea that you're going to continue to laugh at another opposition party is just nonsense. And this would be the end of it. If they get their way, I don't know if they will, they disregard what the appeal court have said. Another court decided I mean, come on, guys. Come on, it doesn't make sense. OTP, raise your hand. The mic is yours.
Yeah. When you were saying, I just thought about the June 12 election. We were all happy until the court came out and said that the election had been annulled because Babangida did not annul that election with a word of mouth. It was the court. So nobody should be happy about this. Whether this favors you or not, whether you are not a party member, what is important, what Myson said now is very critical. Let's be watchful. You can even you will be shocked. You will vote the next day. The court will tell you because that NDC that court judgment and the person that took that case to court, that case has not been answered. So what happens if that case is answered and doesn't favor us? Because they will tell you the court is the last place. When the court speaks, nothing. You don't do nothing. That is why we are where we are today. Because 2023, the court spoke that Tinubu won the election. And it was final. They said we can't do nothing. So I don't understand. So that means we can vote tomorrow, and in 2 hours or 24 hours time, they will tell us the party we voted for has been deregistered. Where do we stand? I just wanted to point that out, Brian. I said, good morning.
It's okay. It's fine. You're welcome to continue to air your view. If anybody disagrees with you, I would like to hear from them. If anyone believes that what the court has done is right, I would like to hear from them, and I would like them to educate us. The bottom line here is nobody should feel comfortable. As long as you're in the opposition, don't feel comfortable. Don't say it's not going to affect you. You see this rain, it doesn't matter whether you have umbrella or not, it will touch everybody until we realize that we are dealing with a compromised institution in Nigeria. They're all compromised. They're all compromised, right? APC will not feel comfortable. They don't like it when I say this thing, but I like to say, I want them to come on board and tell us, educate us why this judgment should stand. Yesterday night, very late at night, I had a conversation with some lawyers because I'm not a lawyer, but I like to interact with them to ask questions. And I remember one of them saying, are you surprised? I don't know whether I will say I'm surprised or not. I'm not surprised. Yeah, then why are you asking questions if you're not surprised? So is it not the federal high? Is it not Peter Lifu? And one of the things that he said that struck me is that at the end of the day, the NJC would do nothing about this. The National Judicial Council would do absolutely nothing about it because, it is what it is. And I would say that some of you would not be comfortable with this. This is from the NDC. You guys need to go back to the drawing board. The time you spend, especially Kenneth Okonkwo, please hear me out, hear me out. The time, the money that was spent going on Channels TV, Arise TV, and whatever TV to call out, Peter Obi and what have you. That money could have been spent on channeling your your anger to the judiciary, because you have a lot of cases. But no, 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 no. You guys are not going to do it. You're not going to do it, right? You will spend money, you spend your time fighting things that would not help you. Let this be a lesson to every one of you in the NDC, ADC, and what have you, DC, right? You guys should focus on what matters. The judiciary will deal with you guys, even if you claim that you won the election, even if you won that election, like OTP said. What if one judge come out and say, no, he did not win the election? What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? INEC, as compromised as INEC is, there is absolutely no reason why Amopita should be there. But no, we've moved on. Amopita is going to conduct the election in Ekiti State, which most likely APC will win Ekiti State. There is no question about it. But in my own view, even if APC wins Ekiti State, I will still not believe that the election was free and fair, because INEC chairman, who is compromised, is the one that conducted the election. In August, depending on what happened with this case, there will be another election in Osun State, and this individual that is compromised will be the one that will conduct that election. And, it doesn't make sense. And the opposition, for some reason, I don't know what the problem is. But whatever that problem is, maybe you guys will learn from this and focus. Focus on INEC, judiciary, and talk about the insecurity in Nigeria. That's enough. That is enough. The three materials that you can use. No, 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 no. You're not going to do it. Anyway, OTP, go ahead. Go ahead.
Because I saw one lawyer on TV said, look, they tender that means challenging this case in court. And that the court, they don't, that means what I don't know all these words they use. They didn't register the case. That means the case was not accepted. Because that is what we are saying. One said, we can form a group now, say we want to challenge what is his name. The court will not take our case. What will we do? Because it's a plan, it's already a planned war. It's a deliberate plan that they just want to put us down. I don't see countries where you take a case to court and they will not admit the case. Come on. I don't know if you are getting my point. That means you can even go to this same court, they will not take your case. The system is finished.
Court will not.
Sorry, man.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to be sorry. It's good for you to air your view. Please do not be sorry about anything. The court will not take your cases, or they will not listen to you because they don't take you serious. That's the thing. That's the bottom line. Okay. There was something that happened in 2023 election, and I must say kudos to everyone. In as much as there are people who would say, after your all eyes on judiciary, what happened? If you're very close to any judge in Nigeria, if you know any judge, or you're very close to any judge in Nigeria, please, I want you to ask them a question if they are going to be honest to themselves and be honest to you, right? Ask them, how do they feel about the whole all eyes on judiciary thing? The Nigerian judiciary has never found themselves in a position like that. Go back and listen to those judgments. Go back and listen to the judgment. They were so scared. I think that scared is the word I'm looking for. They were panicking. At the end of the day, even the Supreme Court, what's his name, Ian Okoro, told us that he wrote the judgment. I mean, if you're the one that write the judgment, why are you telling us? We don't need to know. You read the judgment. That was what that eyes on judiciary did. But at a point, people took their eyes on the judiciary. There is absolutely nothing wrong in calling out the rot in judiciary. It's not encouraging you to go and beat up a judge or anything, but you must focus on the judiciary. It is that important. It's very important. So they were kind of pushed to the wall, but then again, things happen, right? This is one thing I love so much about some individuals who are taking it upon themselves. They don't care about anything. Their job is to see this judiciary is either we get it right or we just go home. The most powerful individuals in any society is not the president. President Bola Tinubu is not that powerful. No, the Supreme Court can decide tomorrow and kick him out, right? In any nation, the most powerful institution in every nation is the judiciary because they have the power to give life and take life. The judiciary can decide that Tinubu is no longer the president. They can decide if you take a court to case. That is why it is that important. But our judiciary is so compromised, especially the appeal courts. Sorry, the court of appeal from the as long as Monica is there, the court of appeal is what? There's nothing, 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 nothing. A judge will give a judgment, another judge will come in, another person will come in and give something else. So it depends how you guys want to look at it. Maybe tomorrow they will tell you that NDC is no longer on the ballot. 2 months to the election in Osun State, you'll remove Accord. 2 months. So let's say they appeal against it. What if this gets to the Supreme Court? Do they have enough time? Even the ADC themselves. So the court have said INEC should register them. As of today, they are no longer a political party, if you don't know. Because of that judgment, there is no political party today, as we're having, only if there's another judgment this morning. But as long as we're on this platform right now, it's 9:25. There is no political party in Nigeria called NDC. Just understand where we are right now. There's no political party called AAC because there's a judgment to say it should be registered. And that is where it stands. So whether you have Atiku choosing Chibika Mechi, there's no political party called NDC, ADC. Nope, nothing. All right, OTP.
Yeah,
Go
I was
ahead.
just trying to buttress what you said because I saw what happened in America. Trump wrote his name on the Kennedy Memorial Center. The next day, somebody went to court. The same judges that Trump appointed. Look, they said they should remove that name, and immediately they are removing that name. I'm just trying to buttress what you mean that the judges are more powerful than the president. But in Nigeria, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. God damn it.
It's okay, it's fine. Let's hear from Michael. Michael, the mic is yours. Good morning.
Yeah, hello, my set. Good morning, good evening, and greetings, everyone. Yeah, just wanted to add my voice to this concerning conversation, really. Um, While I believe and I agree with you, with OTP as well, the opposition, they're not really doing so much, regard to both the judgment and the few of the happenings in the country. But I mean, I don't know. I'm just struggling to ask like what do they really need to do? I remember during the time we're having the issue with the INEC chairman. I think people really spoke out both on social media, on TVs and radios. There were voices out there. People were speaking that this man, it's not eligible. He's compromised to, conduct the 2027 elections and even the upcoming elections. So Nigerians did, people really spoke out. But at the end of the day, it turns out that, it's gradually fizzled out and the conversation seemed like, it's more like push at the back burner. Maybe because of the insecurity happening all over the place. So people were now deviated to talk about the insecurity. So the same thing with the judiciary. I mean, I struggle. Sometimes when I read some of these judgments, you see quite different judgments being delivered by these people. You keep on wondering like what is going on here. But I guess it's really difficult for the Nigerian because all we can do really is to speak up like we do all the time. Speak up on TV, radios, and spaces, and all the social media platform to call out this more like legal judgment. But apart from that, what are the measures? What else can Nigerian people do? Really, I mean, these guys are brutal, right? So what are those things or any practical steps that they could do apart from airing out their views and disagreement to both the judgment and the INEC chairman, because it makes it difficult because of the type of politics we play, more like a transactional politics where everything is about money and power. In a country where a minister, I think minister of FCT, built houses for judges, and bought them luxury cars and more like financial monies, buying their conscience, I will call it. So it makes it difficult for the Nigerian people that, I mean, of course, they all belong to different parties to now speak up, and the judiciary will get scared of, doing whatever they are doing. So sometimes when we discuss this, I mean, I understand, of course, we have to speak, but it becomes really difficult because at the end of the day, we only speak about this, and something, another event will happen to take over this, the current happenings. Because the way it looks now, I mean, I'm not praying for this to happen, but you might hear that 20, 30, or 40 persons has been kidnapped. Then we Nigerians will jump at that and start calling government. Okay, why haven't these people are kidnapped been released? Now attention will be, deviated from, this particular, painful conversation, right? So it's just the happenings that makes it look like both the opposition and the Nigerian people are not really doing much. But in my opinion, I think they are really doing much. But it's a very difficult terrain. When you have terrible people, criminals, when you have terrible people in government that have zero human feelings, so it makes it so difficult for your agitations to be heard. So, but if you have listening leaders that when you speak, they will listen and they will go back to whatever judgment is okay. The Nigerian people have spoken that they are not happy with this judgment. Okay, can we have a second look at this document and see if there's anything or any mistake or something like that? But because there's quite a lot of financial inducements, so it makes it difficult for these people to change their mind. Like I said, they were bought properties. The FCT minister bought properties or built houses for these people. So what makes all of us think that they would be making judgment in favor of the Nigerian people against the people that are providing all this financial support to them? I don't know. It's just a very difficult stage, and we've gotten to mindset. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael, for your contribution. So if then we've accepted that there's nothing else for us to do, what is the point of getting ready for another election? You might as well forget about it. If we believe there's nothing else to do, if you believe there's nothing we can do, what is the point of spending billions of naira to plan for another election? We might as well throw in the towel and allow Bola Ahmed Tinubu to continue to rule, if that's the mindset, if that's where we are as a country. But I'm going to ask you a question. Hopefully you can respond to this. Do you know a certain senator from Kogi State named Natasha? You know her? Have you heard about her?
Sorry, you cut off a bit. Can you repeat that, please?
Am I audible? Hello? Sorry.
Yes, I can hear you now. Go on, yes.
I don't know where I start, but let me continue with the question. Do you know of a certain senator from Kogi State called Natasha? Senator Natasha?
Yes, I do.
Are you aware that they wanted to remove her?
Yes, I do.
Did she fold her hands?
No, she didn't.
There are things that Natasha did, which you knew that she did those things, right? Okay.
Absolutely.
That is how you fight the party in power. Akpabio, not only Akpabio, quite a number of them on that the Senate don't want her to return back. But there was something she did, which I was hoping that the opposition should have learned from her. She knew that the Nigerian media would not give her what she's looking for or what she's asking for. They will suppress her. It doesn't matter how much she spends. Channel TV, Arise TV, Punch, Vanguard, and what have you would always suppress her story. She did something else. She said, you know one thing? I'm going to take this thing out of the show of Nigerians. Out of the show of Nigeria. You're aware of that, right? Hello? Thank you.
Yes, I do.
So
yes,
when issues like this happen, you don't just say, there's nothing we can do. You can do something. The thing here is you have the. Are you ready to do what you need to do? Unfortunately, the answer is no. They're not ready to do what they need to do. And you will argue, how do I know? Because I know about it because I worked on it, right? I know what I know, so I don't need to tell you what I know, right? This is the thing. You don't just fight this um, party in power with NTA. You're not going to get anything with these guys, this particular APC with NTA, hoping for NTA to put out your news. Natasha spent money. Yes, everything you did is all from the international community. I mean, New York's Time of us, New York's Time actually carried her news. What happened to the opposition? No, we are not going to invest. Look at what Adam Soshomolo said. They are now coming to back her because he wants to become the Senate president in 2027, but that's a story for another day. They're saying, oh, we knew that some people thinking was for because the lady took them to cleaners. I mean, she dealt with them. She knew what she wanted, and there was absolutely no way for them to remove her. He said, you know one thing, if we are all going to, if you guys want us to dance this naked at the market square, I'm not going to be the only one. Every one of us will be involved. Abia was looking left, right, and center. How do we solve this problem? They want to remove her, but she knew what she wanted. The opposition are not ready. Everything will end on Arise TV and interviews on Channel TV. You're not going to remove this guy. Go on Reuters Africa. I'm going to send this to you right now. This story about removing them is trending in those places because somebody wants us to believe that there is no opposition. The electoral body has registered the main opposition party and 4 others. So when Bola Ahmed Tinubu happens to be the only candidate on the ballot, the international community will not look at it. No, he's doing anything bad. The whole thing there would be he was not the one. The court did register and everybody should go home. Did you get the gist now? Hello? I don't know if it's from my end, but I'm not able to hear him.
I can hear you. I can hear you though. Yes, I can hear. I can hear just you though.
So I'm not sure what's wrong with his phone. So he should go back to the drawing board. They should go back to the drawing board and know how to use the media. The media is powerful, but don't rely on NCA. All right? Do you have any other person that want to contribute, please? If you want to be part of the conversation, you're welcome to be join. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, my side. I don't know if I'm back.
You're back.
Okay. Yes, I heard all you said loud and clear. I mean, like I said, I know the Nigerian people all belong to different political parties. So, and we are all speaking in unison, in my opinion. But if the individuals who are supporting are not doing all of this, of course, you've mentioned, going to the international media. But what about back home? What else can we do back home, to more like put a fear to these people? I mean, all of us cannot go to the international media. Not just because we want our candidate only to win. I mean, of course, we won't want them to win. But what are those things the Nigerian people can do collectively? Or is it to protest? I mean, of course, we know how protest, goes on in Nigeria. So my point was, it's just very difficult. I'm not saying it's not doable. It's just difficult when you have someone who is extremely terrible. And now the opposition, of course, they've all more like gone to their separate political party. One has been deregistered. So are they now willing to like come together to now say, okay, let's do the fight? I mean, it's just something we'll watch and see. But I get where you're coming from, and I appreciate for that correction. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Coming together, when they were together, what did they achieve? They were together before. What did they achieve? Nothing. So them coming together, what difference would that make? Let me give you another example, right? You ask a question, what should the people do? You continue doing what you're doing, and then let them take on from yourself and others and move it to where it should be. Okay. When the issue of the Christian genocide thing started, APC as a political party thought it was a joke. If you remember, Daniel Boala, Bayo Nonoga, they were all calling these guys names, and they thought it was going to be one of those things. You call the opposition names and what have you, and people move on. But there's something else that happened, which I'm not able to share openly here. So if you want, I can schedule a Zoom meeting, then I can give you more details on those things, right? There was something else that happened that at the end of the day, in as much as they want to suppress it, some persons were willing to say this is not going to end in Nigeria. They started, when they realized that it was difficult, you know how much they continue to spend right now, how much the government has spent on the issue of Christian genocide, trying to lobby this and this DIC and to do the job for them. Because some people believe, listen, if this thing is the way it is, we're not going, the story will die. You have to take it out of the short Nigeria. That is how these things are done. There is absolutely nothing wrong in doing lobbying. But the idea that only Nigerians would come in and help you and do this thing, it's not going to work with this man called Bola Ahmed Tinubu. This guy is very, very intelligent when it comes to politics. Please, when I use the word intelligent, I'm not saying to he's a good president. Some of you might quote me. You understand how these things is being played. He's not scared of you and I in Nigeria. He's scared of what the international community will say. Some people would argue, okay, do we have to rely on the international community? Yes, you have to. You have to, because you have everything to gain if you do so, and you have everything to lose if you choose not to. And I mean, I know that some of the presidential candidates have started lobbying, and I must give them credit for what they have done in the last couple of months. I'm happy they have started doing something, right? They are doing something, but having those meetings is one thing. But then again, you have to utilize everything you have. I mean, use the media and everything. Well, they are not ready to use those things at this point, but they're having conversations. It's a good thing. I don't know if I was able to answer your question. Is this, you have turned this thing into question and answer, and that's not what.
No, my set. You clear my doubts. I personally was just thinking that they are doing something, but just that the system is really suppressing some of the things they're doing. But I never thought about the international media. I think that was the angle that I didn't think about. Yeah, but thank you.
Do we have any other person that wants to be part of the conversation? We are discussing the Nigerian Judiciary. Adam Foles, I believe I pronounced your name correctly. Good morning.
Good morning, Mindset. Thank you very much for bringing me up. Firstly, like you rightly said, I think in fairness to some of the opposition candidates, they are actually doing something right now, and they are on international media. And it's one thing that is actually giving me hope, because I heard Pat Utomi saying something like having a shadow high rev, which is something that is really encouraging. I did expect something like this from them, from the previous 2023 election. They should have known that they should have what they call control room. I know PDP had their ideas, but it wasn't effective. But having a shadow IREV, and they said it's going to be transmitted outside Nigeria, probably BBC or somewhere else. It's really encouraging, because we all know that Nigeria is a captured state. Legislators, legislation, judiciary, executive, it all belongs to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There is nothing you can actually do. Even if you come out, they tell you we know that yes, someone wins the election, not Tinubu. They are going to come out to say something different. They are They are going to definitely come out to tell Nigerians this is what we want. So the reason why they are shying away from being who they really are, it's international bodies. You know, they know that international communities and societies will be involved. So they are being a bit dodgy with their actions. You know, they are trying to use judiciary, but they are definitely going to come out openly later to say, "Oh, it is not this party did not win. It is Tinubu that won." So to avoid that, you know, it's not avoidance anyway, but to try put measures in place is what Pat Tommy did say. And I hope, because he did say this when they were still in when the coalition was still ADC. Hopefully they still carry on with this, you know, because I do not expect anything less from them. I do not expect anything less from them. Tinubu we all know, and I think we are avoiding the inevitable. You know, or probably we are prolonging the inevitable. Like someone was saying that, oh, there is nothing we can actually do. Well, there is one thing we can do in such situations. If the constitution or rule of law is not favoring the people it's supposed to be favoring, then there is something you should do. The law or constitution or humans or the citizens, we are not made for the constitution. The constitution was made for us to favor us as a people. If it's no longer beneficial to the citizen, then it is changed. Or if the minority is using it to oppress the people. And I think there is only one thing to do. Though I will not say it here, but I think some of you would have an hint to what I'm trying to say. But again, a lot of persons have been saying, "Oh, okay, let's go into elections. Let's put the shadow IRF there. Let's show the world that, oh, someone actually won, but this was what they called." Then we'll be justified to do whatever we deem fit to take back our country. You know, so that's why the shadow IRF and it's been what was it called now? Screening. It's going to be from international communities or international medias. It's something that is encouraging, and I hope it pulls through. Thank you so much, Mete.
Thank you, Danfos. Please correct me. I don't want to mispronounce your name, right?
Yes, good man,
Okay,
folks. Yeah.
thank you for your contribution. How do I respond to this? Now, one thing is, you have to be on the ballot first before you're talking about having an IREF or having a separate IREF. I just want you to have that at the back of your mind. So if you're not on the ballot, whether you have 70 IREFs or 37 IREF, it doesn't make any sense. Right? So the fight right now is for you to be on the ballot. Every opposition party should fight to be on the ballot. This is not about NDC and Accord Party alone. All opposition party has to be, they will do what they need to do to be on the ballot first before talking about whether you'll be removed or not, right? So I would have thought by now, that NDC would have, is it NDC or ADC? ADC, apologies, would have done something different from the normal thing they used to do. Bolaji went on Channels TV, put out a communique, online, flaying with fire. This guy Peter Luffy is not interested in what you're putting there. It's not going to do anything to him, believe you me. Whether you're writing everything that he's playing with fire, it's not going to check him. I thought by now they would have had another strategy, right? Go to your local media. But then again, you have to have something else. Because you continue to do the same thing and expecting different results. It's not going to happen, right? And I just want to make this thing very clear. I don't work for Senator Natasha, right? I don't work for her. I'm a freelance consultant. So I know somebody when this thing started. So I just wanted to make it very clear. I don't want you to think I'm working with her. No, I don't work for her. But I play a part in whatever that happens. I just want to put that on record. That knows her husband when this happened, compared and say, what do you think needs to be done? This, that, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, A, B, C, D. I think this or that. That's my role, right? And I'm not part of her team, and her team did the rest. But I just brought my idea saying, we've got to do this thing. If we are going to leave this thing here, she's out. Believe me, there's nothing you guys can do about it. This is what I think needs to be done, and time is not on your side. You have to move quickly. So that was the role that I played. I am not a part of her team. So when you see me tomorrow criticizing her, you don't come back and say, but at the point you said you work with her. No, I get paid for my job, for my advice, and I move on. I just want to put that on record. So I want to believe that ADC or they should do better, right? Peter Luffy is not going to move. You're playing with fire is not going to do anything for him. As a matter of fact, he will read the communique from ADC, I believe, and he will laugh. Say, don't worry, is he not them? They will go to Canal TV now. They will run to Arise TV. Nobody cares. It will end in, Hossein Rufai Hussein is asking for empirical evidence. That's where it will end. Don't worry, just give it 2 days. They will move on. Empirical, there's no empirical evidence. But move it to Benin Republic. Baya Ononoga will start writing. But ADC know better than myself. So as I said, one cannot cry more than the bereaved. All right. Now, for your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. The reason why it won't work for, I think it won't work for ADC is because they do not have the backings of the people. Even if they go to international media, the international media have to see to be able to see the body tune of the citizen. What happened to Natasha? We all could see that a lot of Nigerians were speaking out for her case. If she had gone to international bodies and the response from Nigerians is something different, I don't think it should have pulled through. So for ADC, it is going to be very difficult. And if this had happened while a candidate was there, I think there would have been an uproar and it would have been a different situation. This is what I think. Thank you, Mensek.
Okay, thank you, Danforth, for your contribution. Now, Natasha's case is not really different from this. He said that Nigerians will focus on it. No, she knew that if it's in Nigeria, what would happen is we are going to discuss it on the platforms. We are going to, read it from the newspapers. Max 48 hours. We are going to move on. That is okay. Let's say 72 hours. But she realized that that's not going to be enough. Okay. Now, I mean, whether ADC have the backing of Nigerians or not, I don't know why people believe that ADC don't have the backings of Nigerians. ADC are doing very well, especially in the north, right? Even if they don't want to go to international, they can go to Al Jazeera, they can go to BBC House, if that's what they want to do, but just not to make it a regional thing. They should do it. They should be able to go to platforms whereby people will hear about it. Okay. Now, what happens here is whether you and I amplified it for the international community or not, the fear in the judiciary will be that their name is out there. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from. Whether we amplified it or not, the fear, is that their name is out there. Okay, so that's what the lady did. So I don't know. Maybe you have a point, but thank you for your contribution. OTP, the mic is yours.
I just want to ask a question. I saw a news report this morning on the IT. So one guest was saying, as of today, there is no political appointee from ADC. That all the about 6 or 7 they've all decamped to APC. So I don't know. Maybe that is where the people that took the case to court. I'm not speaking. I'm just trying to be a devil advocate here. Maybe that's where they found fault. So that's why when I came at first, I said, what about ADC? At least NDC is a new party, so you can't fault them. The only court case they have is someone that came that they shouldn't bring them in. So they don't have any issue with the constitution. It's just that it's an individual that came with his own. I don't know what he has with NDC. So my point is, are there any ADC members in political positions today as we speak? Please, somebody, if you are in ADC, come help me answer. I just want to know: is there anybody officially a politician in working for? Yes, you know the question.
Well, I don't understand the question, because when you say, "Are there anybody in
is there anybody?" Oh, as of today, ADC political appointee, none in existence, according to the guy.
A political appointee in what regards to
I think maybe a House of Rep member, a local government chairman under the ADC. There are none, according to this guy this morning. This guy speaking for the, speaking in favor of the judgment. The guy came to defend the judgment of the court. He was saying that ADC, all the political appointees, the people that were voted in, none of them, they've all decamped. So as we speak today, there is nobody in the ADC that is maybe a local government chairman, House of Rep, governor. You know what I'm saying now? Just like Labour Party now, we know Labour Party is only Abia State.
Okay, let me try and respond to this. I'm not a lawyer, but based on my interaction with some of them, let me try and respond to this. That is not going to hold any water, because the case here is that they did not win anything. It's not about the decamped. There was one individual, I think he's from Kogi State, I can't really pronounce his name, Babajide or whatever his name is.
Yes. There is no more.
Okay, please do not interrupt or interject, please. Don't do that. Okay. Thank you. If you're about to respond, please kindly raise your hand. Thank you. Gosh, I lost my train of thoughts. Okay, please, I'm just going to beg everyone, right? When someone is speaking, you want to contribute, it's very important you raise your hand, because maybe for some persons it's not a problem. For me, it's a problem. When I want to say something, I want to address something, and interrupt, I will lose my train of thought, and that has happened again, and I'm not pleased with that. Michael, please go ahead.
Yeah, mindset. I think, I wanted to make that same comment to you. There's a gentleman from Kogi State that I thought won elections on the ADC. And secondly, I have read somewhere that is it the son of El Rufai? Is it Bashir El Rufai? Contesting on that ADC, I stand to be corrected, and he is currently a member of the House of Representatives. So it's just a bit weird, where that judgment is coming from. Yeah, so that's just what I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you. So, El Rufai's son joining, he did not win his seat under ADC. So the thing here with this court judgment is ADC has not won anything, but that's a lie, because this guy from Kogi State won under ADC in as much as he had defected to APC. I believe it's APC that he defected. So that doesn't hold any water. It just does not make sense. Gosh, there was something I was trying to respond to. I'm hoping that I can get it back, but it's okay. President, is it President? You have the mic. Good morning.
Good morning, my mindset. Long time. Good to have you back. A wonderful discussion. I understand the tension and the wave right now in the country, but between me and you, to be sincere, and also to be sincere with the man in Asoro, look at the body of the opposition. They're a bunch of serious people. You can't blame the president for that. It's not even about international community. Like, bring 1 million international community. They can't tell you how elections go. They're just going to pass their own comment. Because look at the opposition. They go to the team to attack each other. This one goes to talk about me. This one goes to talk about it. This one, they're a bunch of us serious. Look at even the leader in one ADC party. Look at his body language. So you expect this kind of people to unseat a sitting president. I know I know even Cedric Dixon knows that his party is just maybe just drinking.
Sorry, President. I'm focusing on the court case. As I said, I'm not.
No, because some people brought some thoughts in. That's why I had to. I saw someone talking about opposition and stuff like that. That's why I chip it in. And I heard you talking about international community. That's what I'm saying. I also was talking about Patutumi, talking about Shadow Ire, blah blah stuff like that. For me, before you can take out a sitting president, either the thought has been bought or whatever, there must be unity between opposition parties.
But President, hold your thoughts.
Yeah.
Can you mute your mic?
Yeah.
I don't want to digress. They asked me a question. Please mute your mic. They asked me a question of what I think they think I should. What do I think they should do? I have responded to that, right? So the conversation is about the judgment that was passed yesterday. I want us to focus on that because I don't want to turn it about or be this thing. If somebody asks me a question as the host, I will respond. But I want us to go back to what the topic is. Hope that's okay with you.
Okay, it's fine. Okay, fine. For the judgment, for me, I think ADC should be smarter, because we already saw this coming. You saw ADC already having 3 factions. I really don't know much about Accord Party. I've not really gone into that. But for ADC, some of us saw this coming, and I'm not really surprised. But I hope, for me, I really wish these. I don't want to say the government should allow them contest, because if I'm saying that, that means we are trying to throw the law under the bus. So I want the law to take its course, but I don't know if it has been taught or not, because I'm not a lawyer. We are not. I don't think we have lawyers in this comment section now, this speaker section. So for me to just take a stand and just start abusing the judiciary without having the full knowledge of it, because we are not lawyers, and I don't think that, because we're pointing that there's 3 factions in ADC. So if we just say, okay, this government, and put everything on this government, so is that how we are saying that, okay, this government should just allow the court to suspend the court, let ADC go into the ballot against the court's decision, or we want the court to take its full course? Because I really don't know. So I really can't say much on that. But for me, right to wrap up, and I also want to ask you this question: do you think, with your own experience, because when I see you talk, you don't speak out of emotions, you speak based on fact. You think with this kind of opposition we have in Nigeria, and I can unseat a president, it will even be hard. Let's even assume this court has been caught. There could be protest. So who's going to protest now? Is it ADC now that will go and protest now? The other party, even some of them are even rejoicing that, look at that, it's good for them. There's no unity among these guys. So how do you want to drag them to international court and do whatever you want to do? Nobody's going to take you serious there. Because are you telling them now the court should suspend his laws and let you contest, when already people, Ibe Kachuku is already saying that he has his own strong terms in ADC. The case is still ongoing. So you see what I'm saying? So it's really hard. So is that how we want the court to be suspended, and Mr. President should step in and say, okay, court, allow them to contest, which will have its own consequences in future. So it's really hard. And I keep saying that this guy in Asrock is one of the luckiest guys ever had in presidency, because of the opposition we have. It's not that because he's doing something supernatural. I just think he's just lucky with opposition and not serious. This is just my own take.
Thank you, President, for your question and your contribution. I think we are missing you're missing what this court case is all about. This has nothing to do with Kachuku or 3 factions. Okay, this has nothing to do with that. ADC has a lot of problems, which we have to, we would admit that they have problems. They have factional problems and everything. That's by the side. This has nothing to do with that. Now, let me try. I would have loved before someone would come up and get involved in this particular thing. Let the person do a minute or 2 research on this case. It's very simple. Okay. There were some individuals who took ADC and the other parties involved, AAC and the rest of them, to court, telling the court that they should be deregistered because they have not won anything, right? I'm just trying to paraphrase it. This is not, I'm not using legal terms here. So lawyers, if there's any lawyer here, please, if I made any mistake, I'm quite happy for you to educate us, right? But I'm trying to simplify it. Now, in the case of ADC, it does not make sense because ADC has produced a House of Rep member in Kogi State. I hope you're following right now. So this has nothing to do with factional leaders and what have you. I believe Accord wants something as well. So these 2 political parties, let's put them by the side. There's absolutely no reason why a court should register them whereby they have won something. I hope you're following. Now, that's not even the only thing. If the court decides to deregister them and they go to court and begin to argue about their cases and what have you, that's okay. But here lies the problem here. The appeal court has ordered stay of execution or stay of proceeding, as the judge, these guys will call it. On this particular issue, I want you to get this thing clear. The appeal court, which is a higher court than the Federal High Court in Abuja, in the FCT, has actually ordered stay of proceeding on this particular case till I think it's sometime in October for the case to be heard. Another court, a lower court, a Federal High Court, decided, I hope you're following, to give an order whereby the appeal court has ordered for the stay of proceeding. Do you understand where we are coming from, sir? So it's very important people understand. It's not about emotions or the oppositions are emotional or this. It's all about doing what is right. Whether the President Bola Tinubu would ask them to contest or not, that's not what we are saying here. We are saying that the court has felt. I don't know if you understand what the case is all about. So before we start talking about this kind of being removed, and you ask a question, do I think that this opposition can remove Bola Tinubu? Little I've known in politics, never say never. 24 hours is a long time. They have about 6 months to get their ass together. All right, getting their ass together does not mean they all have to come together. They can say individually and do what they need to do. Right? They have to play politics. This is not, politics is not. I don't know. I'm not trying to use words that Christians or Muslims will feel uncomfortable about it, but there's a possibility they're able to get their house in order. But the way they are going, I don't think they can. I don't think they can until something else happens. I don't know if I was able to answer your question, sir.
Yes, you did. Thank you. Yes, you did. So I'll keep listening. For the court case, I also read that they said they never had any candidate or whatever. So I really don't like the going into legal matters, because sometimes we might be discussing and when we don't have full knowledge of, because sometimes what you see on social media might be different for the outcome of the court. So this is why I'm always careful when it comes to legal matters and put my own position. You understand? So I rather not take a stand on that and listen to people who are into that field, or you understand. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I'm not a lawyer, right? As I said, we might have lawyers here who might want to come up and help us, but the appeal court judgment is out there. That one, we don't need to be lawyers to be able to see that it's either A or B, right? So I can actually, let me see if I'm able. I promise myself I'm not going to be posting something on this particular handover. Let me see if I'm able to put something on the temperature. Please do bear with me for a minute or so. Let me see. So you can read the appeal court judgment. Bear with me, sir. As you guys are waiting for me, if there's any other person that would like to contribute, please, I'm quite happy to pass the mic to the person. So the judgment was made on the 22nd of May, 2026, right? And let me, what's it? Okay. Yeah, it was that judgment that was made on the 22nd of May, 2026. This was from the appeal court, right? The Court of Appeal, Abuja Judicial Division, holding at Abuja before their lordship, right? Muhammadu Danjuma, Adeku, Nola Bankajo, and Adedudu Oyewumi. These are the judges that stayed their execution on the state of proceeding on the 22nd of May, right? So how come Justice Peter Lifu decided that the judgment doesn't mean anything to him, that he has to come up with another judgment? That is the question here. Do we have anybody? I can send it to anyone here, please. So we can put on the Jumbotron. Actually, I can post it. Let's see. If I can get someone who is happy to post it, I'm not posting anything on this platform. I'm going to send it to the person so we can put it up there.
You can send it to me. I'll post it.
Okay. Let me see if I can post it on the other hand, not on this one, right? So, do you have another person that will want to contribute? Please, you're welcome to raise your hand. I'll pass the mic to you. Hello? Everyone is quiet. So when everyone is quiet,
me, I'm here. Just that I'm just listening. I'm here.
Okay.
I hear you.
Okay. So I'm not going to be the only one speaking now. It's an open platform where people are welcome to be part of the conversation. It's going to be boring when it's only one person. You guys are quiet, so I think since there's nothing else to add, let me send this to Otumba so we can end we can end it. If there's nobody who wants to be. I think I've seen a lawyer. A lawyer is here now. So let's see if he's going to. Otumba, go ahead, sir, please.
Yeah, I think why people are quiet because, like I told you, is legal matters. A lot of people don't have full information. So, sometimes you don't have full information, you just come online and start talking about it. You have full info. I think you've gone through it. For me, I don't even know why Accord was deleted. I was surprised yesterday I saw Accord. So it's kind of strange. Maybe if a lawyer or something, people cannot drop their takes. For me, I really don't know what is going on with Accord. Why they want to remove Accord. So.
And that's why we have to do research now. Okay, so let's see. All right, let me do this. So on the other of my handle, Otumba, I do not have access to your DM. So what I will do right now, the other handle, I'm just going to post it on that handle. So you can copy it from there, right? Is that okay with everyone? Hello?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Go on. Sorry.
Okay, let's see. I've just posted it on the other handle. So that's the judgment there. I'll just okay. So it's on the other handle. You can take it from there and put it on the Jumbotron here if that's okay. As we wait for those who would like to contribute as well. Have you seen it?
Yes, I've seen it. I've seen it. But the point is that you blocked me on that platform, so I can't access it.
I blocked you?
Yeah, on that platform. Just seeing it now.
Okay, so how do I unblock you? Okay, let's see if I'm going to unblock. Whatever it is that you did that I blocked you, please don't do it again, so I will not block you. I've unblocked you. Can you please help us to put it on the Jumbotron? Take it from there, because I'm going to delete it as well. I'm not here to work for anybody. If you copy it, or if you, I'm just going to delete it from the handle. Unpick, please go ahead as we wait for Otumba. Otumba, I want you to tell us when you have, if you have.
Yeah. Master, can you guys hear me? Because I don't know if I'm clear enough.
You're not really clear. We're not clear. No, it appears you're on the road and there's noise in the background.
Probably better. Can I continue, or is it that bad? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. We can manage it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm not a lawyer, first of all. I just browsed through the section 225A or something that is called. I'm not quite sure. And from my layman's perspective, I think there's ADC has a problem. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe someone should help me verify this thing. It stipulates at every level what qualification the party should have to contest in that level. It goes from the presidency down to the governor, to the House of Reps, to the local government. So it doesn't mean that each level, the party is qualified for each level. So if that is the case, then these parties and many other parties will have a problem. But I'm not sure if that's the wrong interpretation of that. But if someone has a better interpretation of that, please let me know. That's my question and concern. And so can someone help me with that? Because from what I read, it's self-explanatory to my own layman's knowledge. So when people are saying that the court system is a problem here, and of course I believe it's a problem, but in this case, I think there's more to it. That's my own feeling about the whole thing. Can someone help me with that? Maybe I'm wrong.
Thank you, Unpick. I believe I pronounced your name properly. To be honest with you, I didn't get any of the things that the question you asked. So if there's any other person on the speaker section who can help, please, I would like to hear from the person, because I didn't hear what he said. That's the truth. Rather than responding to something, I'm not sure if that helps anyone.
It's quieter now. I don't know if I should qualify myself.
It's much better now, sir.
Yeah, it's much better. I was saying that I'm not a lawyer, so no one should tax me on that. But from a layman's perspective, on what I understood when I read the section of the powers given to INEC to delete parties, I don't know about the second judgment that you're trying to put up now, so I'm not going to say much about that. But from what I read and from the information I got, the judge said, I think there is a kind of a qualification to every level. You know, there's a qualification a party should reach before it can qualify to participate in different levels. It has that for the presidency that says 25%. It must have at least 25% in a state. And on the governorship level, it has at least 25% in a local government, and so on and so forth. And it's marketed in different levels. So my question is, does it directly speak to the party contesting in different levels, or is it if you just get one right, that means you're qualified to compete in different levels, or is this segregated to different levels? So that's what I want to understand. For example, the ADC was able to get this a House of Representative at one level. Does it mean it qualifies them to contest at the presidency? Because when you read the thing, it says that for you to qualify for a contest at the presidency, your party should have gotten 25% in a state. So does it mean that even if you get a councillor in a state in one state, that means the party is qualified to contest in the presidency? Or is it segregated into different levels? So this is what I don't understand.
Okay. Thank you very much, Auntie. Can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, let me help you. Still on. So I'm not a lawyer, but we have one here. Hopefully, he will be able to come on the platform to explain this better than myself. I've not finished reading this article. There's an article by Ubani SAN. It's the title of the article is has the court gone beyond the Supreme Court position? That's Ubani SAN. Now, let me not give you something that you would use against me tomorrow. But there's something he said here that's very, very important. I'm trying to go back to that article because I was going through it this morning before I started this spaces. Gosh, if I'm able to find it now, there is something he said and I highlighted it. Okay, what I would do as I look for it, please bear with me, sir. The answer to this is, I think a lawyer should be able to respond to it. So as I continue to look for that particular paragraph that he highlighted. Okay, I'm pleased to say we have a lawyer with us now. Janet, and good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us. Annette, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good. I was just I've just been looking at Ubani's article, so hopefully, yeah.
Oh, you read it, yeah?
Yeah, I've not finished reading it, but I'm curious to see like what his conclusion is. I mean, he seems to be arguing that the court might have gone beyond its powers, but there are other people who are arguing the same, actually. So it's but I think there are a few other issues. So maybe some critical issues that arise, right? Is so I will sort of list the issues, right? So there are Supreme Court cases, for example, right? So in 2021, we have the case that was brought by INEC on the deregistration of the National Unity Party, rather. And in that case, Justice Adamu Jauro was dealing with the challenging of its deregistration as a political party in line with Section 225A of the 1999 Constitution. There's also the case of INEC versus ACD. I mean, but in the previous case, the court's decision from the High Court to the Apex Court bound the NUP based on the prayers before the courts, and did not bind the 22 political parties which got victory in the Court of Appeal, because they were not parties before the court. And the reason why this is important is because the question is, does the Constitution empower INEC to do this, or does it mandate INEC to do this? So if certain things are not met, is it compulsory that INEC must do it, or does INEC merely have the power to do it and they're not necessarily being forced to do it, you know? So that's one case. Second is that there is a pending appeal, which I think that is one of the things that Ubani is arguing, that there is a Supreme Court position that contradicts a lower court position. And as we know in Nigerian law, a lower court cannot contradict the decision of a higher court. Once the Supreme Court has made a decision, then there's nothing that the lower court can do to contradict that decision. But there's certain other issues. I just, because I came to the conversation later, it would be good to know like what exactly the line of conversation is, what the argument is, so that I know exactly how to, if there is a specific question to be answered.
Thank you very much, Nathan, for your contribution. So the issue for me, I'm not sure about others, perhaps they would ask you the different question, is that the Federal High Court in the FCT has no right, in my view, to give the order that they gave yesterday. The reason being, there's been an order already, there's been a court judgment already, right? That is my contention here, whether the lawyers for ADC and ZLP and everything did not do their due diligence to defend their case is a different thing. So my question to you as a lawyer is, why should or why would the lower courts supersede the judgment of the appeal courts? I don't know if that makes sense to you. Hello?
Yes. I mean, so first, the question is, the case being brought before the lower court, is it exactly the same case that was brought before the Supreme Court, you know, in which the Supreme Court made pronouncements? That's the only argument that can be made to substantiate a judgment that seems to border on the same facts being adjudicated upon by a lower court. So the lower court can say, yes, while similar facts arise, they're not the same set of facts to be, or same questions to be determined. This is the only way in which a lower court can deal with anything that the Supreme Court has done. The Supreme Court is the court of, the apex court in the land, and no court of lower jurisdiction can actually even begin to consider a case, that the Supreme Court has made rulings on. They are bound by the decision. But I think that there are sort of the question of the Supreme Court's jurisprudence, right? So the cases that are in question are the 2021 case, INEC versus NUP, the 2022 case, INEC versus ACD, and 21 others, right? In INEC versus NUP, the Supreme Court upheld the deregistration of NUP by INEC, right? And it found no reason to set aside the findings of the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal, which had upheld INEC's earlier decision to deregister 74 parties in 2020 for failing to win any election in the 2019 elections, right? So what that case did was it established that INEC has the constitutional power, under Section 225A to deregister underperforming parties. Now, the next year in 2022, the Supreme Court upheld the deregistration of 22 of the 74 parties that had been scrapped in 2020, right? What had happened was that the Court of Appeal had previously nullified the deregistrations that happened in 2020. And the grounds for doing so was that INEC failed to observe fair hearing, right? But the Supreme Court reversed that ruling. And it said that the Court of Appeal had raised the fair hearing issue on its own motion, what we call in law suo moto, without hearing from the parties, and that violated procedural rules. So the judge in INEC versus ACD and 21 others held that it is not the function of a court, or the basic function of a court, to raise a fundamental issue by itself and come to the conclusion without being addressed by parties in the matter. So if parties come before the court cannot say, but there's this other issue. If the issue is not being brought up, then the court cannot just make a decision, right? So the combined reading of these two cases, the Supreme Court case in 2021, Supreme Court case in 2022, is read as being that INEC has the power to deregister parties under Section 225A, and that these powers are both constitutionally valid and judicially recognized at the level of the Supreme Court, right? So now the difference then is that the earlier Supreme Court judgments that sort of might seem to be a contradiction, right? So if you look at 2002, for example, there was the case where the late Balarabe Musa, INEC took them to court, and the Supreme Court upheld the fundamental right of citizens to form political parties of their choice in accordance with Section 40 of the Constitution, and that INEC could not issue guidelines for party registration outside the Constitution stipulated by the conditions stipulated by the Constitution, and that any attempt by INEC to regulate associations in a manner not prescribed by the Constitution would be going outside their powers, or as we say in law, ultra vires, right? So what the case, and the Supreme Court case in 2002 established was that political participation is protected under the Constitution, and it limits INEC's discretion to restrict the rights of people to form a party, right? Now, the question then is this a contradiction between, but again, all of this does not have anything to do with whether or not the Federal High Court can go against the Supreme Court case. So to answer your question very directly, there is nothing that the Federal High Court can do to contradict the decision of the Supreme Court. There are other issues that arise, but the question can be, are they the exact same facts? Are they the exact same set of facts? And that, I think, is an issue that's still being debated as well. Like all of us are, the decision was just reached. So we are all also reading it and reading other cases. And I think opinions might change as we sort of find other facts that arise.
All right, thank you very much, Nathan, for your contribution. It was not the Supreme Court, it was the Court of Appeal. I do not want anyone to misquote you. It has not gotten to the Supreme Court. Hello?
No. I'm saying that the cases from before, so 2021, 2022, and 2002, those are Supreme Court cases.
Okay.
That people are arguing that this Federal High Court judgment is attempts to contradict.
Yeah, that's okay. I do get your point. But the other thing that I ask you, which I don't know, I would like to get clarity from you is sorry. Okay. I need to get this. Can some?
Oh, sorry, mindset. Sorry to interrupt you. There is also, of course, a pending appeal at the Court of Appeal, and that's a different issue. And I think that's probably what you put up on your timeline, because they're saying that parties should not, the question of whether or not parties should stay all decisions on the matter. So I don't know if that's what you're referring to, the Court of Appeal, because they've not yet reached a decision. It's still in progress, that case at the Court of Appeal.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm making reference to. So if they have not reached a decision, why then would the Federal High Court get involved and give a judgment?
I mean, that's what we are all trying to find out, because, I mean, a Federal High Court can do whatever they want to do, and you can give whatever judgment you want to give. If it contradicts the Supreme Court, it contradicts the Supreme Court. It's a useless judgment. But the question then is not whether or not it appears to contradict. The question is, are the facts the exact same set of facts that are being adjudicated? If they are, then of course we can completely dispense with this Federal High Court judgment. But the fact is that there is a pending appeal, and in that appeal, there have been rulings that have been given to keep the matters and the incorporated trustees of the National Forum of Former Legislators, and whether or not this is a proper party to even bring a matter, and so on and so forth. And so our court is appealing and saying, the order in this thing is saying that further proceedings in that particular Federal High Court case, and it lists the case, right? And so, yes, based on this particular ruling, there seems to be no basis for the Federal High Court to deliver this decision. That's what it appears on the face of this ruling of the Court of Appeal.
Okay, thank you very much, Nathan. Is it when lawyers speak, you then know that we don't know, not that we don't know what we're talking about. It's very important they explain this into us. It was the same line as a lawyer that I spoke with yesterday, and he had a different view. His view is that he will not really get into it. He was waiting for the CTC of the judgment, and he can be able to explain better, right? So I think you're playing the same line. Thank you. Do I have anyone that has a question for the lawyer? The lawyer is here. Please take advantage of it. I can only comment on things, but when it comes to anything to do with law and everything, these guys are professionals. So if you have any question or something that is not clear to you, please, you're welcome to ask your question. Or if you have any contribution, you're welcome to do so. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Baiki, good morning. The mic is yours.
Good morning, Mindset. Yes, I just listened to Nathan briefly. I just want to ask Nathan. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. How much or how good is this situation to the judiciary as a whole, and to lawyers in general, and to lawyers in general? How good is it? Thank you very much, Mindset.
Well, I mean, so far, like I said, all of us lawyers, we're all trying to get the full judgment of this, or rather read the once the certified true copy of the judgment comes out, because we could make analyses and then find out that actually in the certified true copy there was actually a different issue being determined, because however the Court of Appeal says clearly further proceedings in this suit pending before the Federal High Court. So all for further proceedings. It's an issue that we've always struggled with in Nigeria, where multiple courts give what seems to be contradictory judgments. And there's nowhere that is clearer to see this than in Court of Appeal judgments. You can be reading Court of Appeal, Abuja Division, Court of Appeal, and you'll be thinking, wait, these seem contradictory, you know? So the Nigerian legal system itself is such a tricky space. And we've always, if you read people like Chidi Odinkalu, for example, he has talked about this a lot of the time. Many lawyers have discussed this. And, you know, there is very little certainty, especially when it comes to election petition or election matters, because there are so many judgments that appear to contradict each other. So, of course, it's not good that we have such lack of clarity when judgments are given, or that you know, rulings and judgments seem to contradict each other so often. It raises the question of one thing I used to say is, you know, in law school they teach you, one of the first things they teach you when you start 100-level law is sources of Nigerian law, and they tell you, you know, received English law, statutes, legislation, blah 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 blah. I always say we must add to that list corrupt judges, because this is really the source of a lot of our law. Because if people are giving politically motivated judgments, people forget that it becomes a permanent record. So if there's one corrupt judge and he writes a judgment, it's not just that he may give somebody, you know, does a favor to someone one time. That judgment becomes a permanent record and part of the corpus of Nigerian law. And so, as with everything that corruption touches in Nigeria, it of course affects the predictability of our laws. The fact that you can go to court and say this is the law, it becomes very problematic. So, but then this is why ultimately we rely on the Supreme Court to make final determination in the matter, especially in matters such as this. And so, of course, as we are going through this Federal High Court judgment, we may come to a different determination that, in fact, maybe the Federal High Court did not go against the Court of Appeal ruling, or that, in fact, they did. So I think we're all still being cautious now, so that we don't make any definitive statements and say, oh, this is the position, because the judgment just came out and we are all trying to read and digest it. But yes, it's not a good look.
All right, thank you, Nathan, for your response to that question. Do we have any other person that would like to ask a question or contribution? Those on the speaker section, if you would like to contribute, please do raise your hand. We'll pass the mic. Okay, Stride Network, the mic is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. My question and contribution is to the learned lawyer regarding two cases. Abegunde was the only one in 2019. He won the federal, House of Rep, right? He was the only elected candidate under ADC in 2019. So ADC was not deregistered in 2020. It wasn't among the parties that was deregistered. But subsequently, Abegunde defected. He resigned from the party and defected. Now that brings us to state that although they had an elective candidate, after his resignation, they had no elective holder. Then in Kogi State, the 2020, I think it was 2020, which election was it? Not this one. 2019, yeah, still 2019. Dino Melai, this man that the last one standing in the ADC, didn't win the election, but he won through the tribunal. So, but the Electoral Act is silent, or should I say the Constitution is silent on that. It just says you have to win 25% in an election. So is there a difference between winning an election at the tribunal or winning at the poll, which the position is silent. I don't know whether they can use them interchangeably. So in that case, if we are now saying, okay, it has to get to election, then that nullifies ADC seat because the guy won at the tribunal. That's just my question.
I mean, I think however one wins, what makes a person a proper political holder is a determination based on the laws and institutions that govern elections that the person is a rightful political office holder. That can happen through the courts, that can happen through elections. INEC is the body that has been constitutionally provided the powers to determine whether or not an election is valid or not. People can take INEC to court. Some people win in court, and the court gives orders that assigns them that seat. You know, I mean, we can argue with the orders. For example, if you think of people like Hope Uzodinma, people can say, "Oh, he didn't even win an election. He's a Supreme Court governor, whatever." But the legal situation is that the body constitutionally empowered to declare a person the winner of an election is INEC. Now, the procedure, this is completely a separate matter, whether or not, you know, you win through the tribunal or elections. If the constitutionally empowered body declares you as winner, then you are the rightful office holder. So it doesn't matter whether you won directly through the polls or that after a matter has been brought before the court determines that based on the issues raised, you are the rightful person to hold that office. So in the end, it is the legal determination of the court or the administrative determination of INEC that may be challenged in court, that says the person is right. So it doesn't matter how you become the office holder. It matters that the procedure. So whether a person wins by tribunal, so we can question, for example, why is it that why doesn't the Supreme Court, for example, prioritize people actually being chosen, as opposed to, say, for example, other technical ways of getting into office? That we can blame on whether it's corruption or whether it's the way the Supreme Court interpreted the law. But once this judgment has been given, then that person is the rightful political office holder. We can question the judgment, but once the judgment is done, it doesn't matter whether you come through tribunal or through elections, really. That's just a technical matter. I hope I understand the question. I think there's no big distinction. The big issue is we can talk about how a democracy works, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, and so on and so forth. But it doesn't really matter, legally, how a person comes in.
All right, thank you very much, Nathan, and thank you, Stride Network, for your question. Do you have any other person that have a question or contribution? Hello? Okay, go ahead. Hello? Sorry, can anyone hear me?
Yeah. I was on mute. Am I audible now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Nathan, for your help this morning. Pardon my naivety when it comes to understanding legal phrases and statements. I don't know how it's called. But when I was reading this section 255A or 225, I'm not sure which one, but the one that gives INEC powers to intervene in political matters, I'm a bit confused because it suggests to me that INEC, that parties have this qualification to vie for election in different sections of the elections, like the governorship, the presidency, and so on and so forth. Like, for example, in the presidency, a party should meet certain criteria, like 25% in each state, in a state. And when it comes down to to government level, has to get 25% in the local government, and so on and so forth. So the question is, if a party meets one, let's say he gets a councillorship, is a councillorship in the local government in one state, does that party automatically qualify to contest for the presidential election? Or if the person gets a 25% in a state, is the person qualified to is the party qualified to contest a local government election in a state it didn't have any? So is this once you get one out of the list of all the requirements, you're qualified, or everything has to be on a particular level, presidential level? You have to get this to qualify to contest in this, or is it? Do you understand my question? Basically.
I think I understand. So like the way I think somebody your mic is still hot. So on the issue of INEC, so first you have to understand that the provisions of INEC that guarantees the operation of political parties are the requirements of INEC are not constitutional requirements, right? So INEC can have new rules and all of that regarding how political parties should operate. On the issue of how a person can win, that's a constitutional matter, right? When they say 25% of three whatever of the states, that's, for example, for the presidential election. Now, the larger issue is whether or not a party can be a substantive political party, right? Which means not whether they can contest in one local government or another, whether they can exist, period. That's the foundational issue, right? Now, the constitutional framework, this 225, right? The prescription is that they can deregister a party for breach of any requirements for registration, which INEC is empowered to do. That's INEC guidelines. Now, the constitutional guideline is that INEC, it says, shall have the power to deregister a political party for failure to win at least 25% of the votes cast in one state in a presidential election, or, and that's important, one local government in a governorship election. Or, it's not and, right? It's either or, not that these two things have to happen together. Or failure to win at least one ward in a chairmanship election, one seat in the National Assembly or State House of Assembly, or one seat in the council. So it's not that they have to happen together, it's or. The word that would have made it, concurrent would be and. In this case, the word is or. Now, remember that this was like a deliberate constitutional upgrade, that until this reform, right? And remember that section 225 was inserted by the fourth alteration act of 2007 that was signed into law in 2017. Until that reform, the power to deregister non-performing parties came only from the Electoral Act of 2010, Section 78. Previously, delisted parties, they routinely challenged that power in court by arguing that it infringed upon their right to free association, right, in the Constitution. Because the Constitution was the superior law, they often succeeded in court, right, which made it difficult for INEC to make these rules. And so the 2017 amendment was designed to end that loophole by elevating deregistration power to constitutional status. That constitutional status is what gives INEC the power. It says, shall have the power, not that INEC must deregister them. INEC can do it. It means they have the power to do it. So if you in a presidential election, if you don't win 25% of the vote, they can deregister you. If the election that you're contesting is local government and or governorship, and you fail to win 25% of the votes in that local government, they can deregister you. Not that they have to deregister you. If there's a governorship election, remember that not all elections are held at the same time. Some governorship elections happen not during the normal 4-year calendar, right? So for example, in 2027, not every state will be doing governorship elections. Some elections will be happening 1 year after. Some elections will happen 2 years after. So if in one governorship election, you contest in that governorship election, and you fail to win 25% of the votes in that governorship election, INEC has the power, constitutionally guaranteed, to deregister you. This is a power that they can exercise if they wish. And if you take them to court, then INEC can either make arguments for or against why they aren't registering or deregistering. But they do have the constitutionally guaranteed power to do that.
Mr. Baiki, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mindset. El Nathan, thank you very much. You've been doing very, very well. And what I've gathered now in all the discussions and contributions and the explanations from El Nathan is the Nigerian constitution and electoral system is cumbersome. It's cumbersome, and that is part of one problem. Then the second problem is the judiciary and the entire process is riddled with controversies. Formal controversies that are part and parcel of our law, probably. Part and parcel of our law, probably. So I think these are the challenges we're facing. And I think we have a lot of work to do as a nation and as a people. Thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you. Do we have any other person that would like to contribute or have a question for Nathan? Maximus. Am I still audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. If we don't have any other person that would like to contribute, then probably my colleagues say day. I think that would be the quickest spaces we have ever had, right? So this is about Nigerian judiciary. If you want to contribute, if you think the Nigerian judiciary is compromised, we would like to hear from you. If you think no, the opposition are just crying foul and what have you, we would like to hear from you. If you have a question for the lawyer, you're welcome to ask your question. Maximus, the mic is yours. Good morning.
Good morning, Mindset. Thank you for the mic. I've been hearing everything. See, there's no about situation of the opposition in this country, the judiciary in this country. Why I sincerely blame the opposition for what is happening today, I would say maybe it is the beauty of democracy and the division of the opposition is also part of the democracy. But let every party be on the ballot. You see, when I see people who tend to support this judicial rascality, I laugh. It seems to me they don't know actually what is about to come. The fact remains, whether ADC, whether NDC, whether PRP or whatever, let everybody test their popularity. Let everybody go to the field. Let everybody play the game. That is the sweetness. That is the beauty. I must tell you, in 2023, we complained of 3 horses. But 2023 election was probably the best of every election in Nigeria, if not for what happened with Mahmoud Yakubu. But it was, at least we saw a heated political environment, and everybody contributed. Everybody tested their popularity. They fear for the continuous indirect use of the judiciary to stifle the will of the people, to manipulate or destroy the opposition must not stand. And that is why I want to use this opportunity to speak to my fellow opposition members in the ADC. Look, you guys are not alone in this fight. I'm telling you this from the depth of my heart. You guys are not alone because we know the danger. We know the danger of somebody who has failed politically. We know the danger of allowing this guy again come 2027. You know why? We have Nigeria is no longer safe for the ordinary supermarket seller in any state. Neither is it safe for the ordinary abo seller in Lagos State, nor is it safe for the critical seller in the north. It's not. And yet, somebody, the judiciary that is representing the common man, that should represent the hope of the people, see taking side. People see us playing nonsense games, shameful games, shameless things that is the conduct. It won't stand. The judiciary has from the day one been compromised. I don't know what this guy did to every institution of government in this country. Every institution. From the time of inception of it, it seems like the Nigerian judiciary became the symbol of everything rotten egg in their own way. They immediately that water and organ was removed. Everything fell apart. Everything. Now you can wake up in the morning and hear that there is no longer a state. And the judiciary, the legislature, will support it. What are we doing? So please, those who are seeing it as so, it is a trap. We must call it what this is judicial rascality. This is the worst judiciary in the history of Nigeria. Even in the time of the military, the judiciary took the ground. Who check it out? Who check it out? In Ojuku versus the Lagos State government, the judiciary stood their ground. Who check it out into the cases between the judiciary and the ordinary citizen during the military era? The judiciary has told what happened under the APC. What happened? There's a case in the court, you see different verdicts and different court of law contradicting each other. Look at what happened in the past. It's annoying. It's heartbreaking. But we must not do that. So my colleagues in the opposition, the ADC, the PRP, in any party that the judiciary has given order to be defended. Don't be afraid. We are in this together. We must unite. Look, they might think that if they do, they can do whatever they want to do. But it's Tinubu never return to Asoro come 2027. And this is a goal. This is a collective end of every Nigerian. We must do it. He's afraid. Tinubu is afraid by all Christian education. He's afraid. He has failed under his regime. Generals are dying under his regime. Our gallant military men are dying under his regime. Nigerians are being like never before. And you know the what? He says nothing, he does nothing, he will do nothing. It's very free to travel outside the country. Why our people are dying. He finds it to do the same guy who runs a map in the street of Lagos. Everywhere, condemning GED. But today, he has done worse than GED. This is the same time when the news or the report of President Jonathan trying to do an NHM. They took all to the streets and protest that no. They should remember what the Democrats did to this. What is happening? These guys have destroyed the opposition. These guys have destroyed everything that is holding democracy together.
Maximus, I've raised my hand for the many questions, and I thought you have seen.
Mindset is
Are you not able to see me, or you on the space?
okay. Go ahead, say what you want to say.
No, it's not what I want to say. You've been speaking, and this time the opportunity, and I raised my hand just to protest. You have just ignored it.
Okay, because I didn't see it honestly. But
Okay.
let me know
Go ahead.
So finally, what I'm saying, is everybody in their position, it's a time to unite. It's a time to come together. We might banter, we might fight. The beauty of democracy. It is the beauty of democracy. But this time around, a threat to one is threat to all. Tinubu must not continue. If Tinubu register there is FCC. If Tinubu register ADC and NDC using the wheelchair court, using the judiciary, using those criminals of anyway. Mindset, your answer is already off. Let me hand.
Okay. Thank you for the contribution. So, what is happening on the platform? I know sometimes people use their earpiece and they move away from their phone. I can understand that, but it's very important that we carry everybody along. And when I raise my hand, I'm going to ask a question. I'm just going to run that. Thank you for your contribution. I want us to stick to the topic, right? I want us to stick to the judiciary. I don't want us to move away from that. Okay. Do you have anybody that has a question from Maximus, or you disagree with some of the things he said? But it's gonna do with judiciary. Okay, that's what I want us to stick to on today. Any contribution or any question to the topic? Or if you disagree with him, please, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mindset, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I was just going to make a contribution to the judiciary topic. Oh, yes, we do have a problem because, as others have said, if you remember what judges were like in the old days, it was even under the military, judges never socialized, they never went to parties. The only friends that judges had were the friends that they had from primary and secondary school. I used to have a close relative that was a former Chief Justice of Nigeria, and I remember spending time with him as a young person. And even then, I was just amazed at how eloquent, intelligent, and knowledgeable he was. But he was also a very private person. So he never had any visitors come to the house apart from old childhood friends from Warri who knew him when he was young, because that generation understood that being a judge was almost like being a priest. You take a vow of what we would call poverty. So you're well paid by the government, but that is all. You don't dabble in matters that don't concern you. But all that has changed for a number of reasons. It was accelerated under the Buhari regime. If you remember, the same Malami now who is jumping up and down, claiming to be fighting for the opposition. Malami showed up to the NDA conference and declared that Buhari was above the rule of law. And lawyers and judges were clapping. Then Buhari's DSS then raided homes of judges, and lawyers and other judges were clapping. So we gradually entered into this thing via the slippery slope. And we are now with the master, they call him the master strategist, but I call him the master corrupter. That is Bola Tinubu. I don't want to betray my sources, but I'll just give you an example of what happened. So this man is so devious that from the day you get appointed as a judge in the High Court, for example, people come to you, they offer to pay your children's school fees at any boarding school you want abroad. They offer you houses, they offer you lands. So all these things are an attempt to bribe and sweeten you up. So that when the time comes that you have a judgment that concerns them, your own conscience would allow you to rule against them. So that's the sort of bribery that is going on in the judiciary. A well-known commentator, I spoke to him in private, was telling me the story of how two governors, I'm sure we know them, but I don't want to name my sources, but two known governors both gave money to a judge to deliver a ruling, and one governor gave more than the other, and therefore the judge ruled in favor of that governor. And the governor who lost now rang my source to complain that, can you imagine? Look at what this governor did, collected money. This judge did collected money from that other governor. And then it turns out that you two also gave money, just that the other governor gave more bribes. These are two prominent governors. I'm sure you know them. They are currently constantly fighting, battling over the ownership of the political party. So this person had to call that judge and say, look, you need to refund the money, otherwise we will expose you publicly. And the judge had to refund the money to one of the governors to avoid being exposed. So that's the level of debauchery that is currently going on in our judiciary, where you can literally pay, they call it pay for play in the US. You can pay for any ruling. But I suppose the question is, what is the solution? I've always been a believer that the solution to our problems is we need a truly evolved judiciary, or a judicial system that is very similar to what we have in the US, where every state has its own Supreme Court, and only narrow issues of constitutional law and disputes between two states should go to the federal Supreme Court. Rather, everything should be settled at the state court level. And what that will do for us, it will solve every problem, because at the federal court there will still be corruption. But what that will do for us at the state level is that it would lead to judicial competition and improve the quality of the judgments that we receive. So look at America, for example. There's a reason why many business contracts tend to be governed by New York, Delaware law in the US. It's because a number of people, both internationally and domestically, have faith in the New York and Delaware courts. And what that does is it brings revenue to the state, because companies are incorporated in New York and Delaware, even though they're not even based there, just because they want to benefit from the judicial system in those states. The same thing happened in Nigeria. If Edo State, where I'm from, for example, decides I want to have a serious government, a serious business and general living environment, you could appoint competent judges to Edo State. And because businesses and individuals know that most of our disputes are going to be resolved by Edo State judges within Edo State, it will attract investors and also attract sensible people to our state. But we don't have that at the moment. All it takes is one person to corrupt the system from the bottom, and the whole judiciary collapses, because we have a unitary type of system. So it will solve all the problems. That's the first step. And then the second step is we have to have more stringent procedures for appointing judges. Now, I'll just conclude in 1 minute, because I studied law as well. And from law school, both at the bachelor's and master's level, you already knew the types of people who would become judges in England and in the US. These were people who were always top of their class, real, what we call ethicals, people who understood law, who were intelligent, who had foresight. But in Nigeria, oftentimes the opposite now seems to happen. It's the child of a governor, the child of a minister, someone who probably even got like a third class or 2-2 degree, someone who is not an academic, rises to the top of the judiciary. So even when they're trying not to be corrupt, they don't even have the intellectual capacity to comprehend the rulings in front of them. So oftentimes, yes, there's corruption, but also there's just general incompetence, because a judge is supposed to be someone who is very intellectual, who can read complex issues, and then think forward and think, if I make this ruling today, what are the implications for the future? Or this ruling that is in front of me, how is it related to previous other judgments that have been given? This requires serious intelligence. But when you are appointing girlfriends, boyfriends, children to the judiciary, many of these people don't even have the intellectual heft. I mean, you saw the screening of that judge, Justice Tanko, when he was being nominated for Supreme Court. They asked him about technicalities. He didn't even know what that meant. And that's the person that the future of Nigeria is in, because as a judge, life and death is in your hands. So aside from the corruption, many of these people are not bright enough to be holding these positions. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Gege, for your contribution. Anytime, please do hold your thought for a minute. Ayo, you raise your hand. If you're not ready to speak, then I'll pass the mic back to Aneta.
Pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ayo. Aneta, the mic is yours.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to add some small context to what Gege was saying. I think we already do have some of what you were talking about. So, for example, one of the things that when I was practicing law in Nigeria, that we always looked to was the Lagos State Judiciary, because they were always light years ahead of the entire country. So for example, the most progressive legislation in Nigeria is in Lagos. The sort of best court system in Nigeria is in Lagos. When you're looking for laws that are sort of domiciled within the state, so laws on the whether they're on concurrent list or things that are within the purview of states to adjudicate upon, Lagos State has always been more progressive. They're always the first to amend their laws and so on and so forth. So when you're looking for model legislation, we always usually look to Lagos, because our judiciary is not unitary in as unitary as sort of you might think it is. States, for example, have the power to make laws. State courts have the power to adjudicate on those laws. Of course, on appeal, they leave the state. That's one thing. The other thing is that in issue of commercial law, for example, we also have places like Lagos being exemplary. I remember even when we were, so I worked for an organization that was lobbying for the domestication of the Freedom of Information Act in all the states of the Federation. And I remember that after Lagos passed its own, the next state that we were looking to was Ekiti State, which is the sort of next best judiciary we have, at least at the time that I was looking at this, and in certain limited areas. Because Ekiti copies Lagos. So when Lagos has a new law, they update their law, upgrade their law, Ekiti usually very quickly follows. And so we do have instances of this. The problem is that this kind of thing is not incentivized. When people know that they can very easily find their person at the Court of Appeal, they okay, finish all your legal activism at the High Court. We will just take it to the Court of Appeal and just make nonsense of whatever you do in the State High Court. That's part of the problem. So yes, and here's where I agree with again, that unless you have sort of holistic reform and make it less unitary. So for example, we have to change the federal structure. If we change the federal structure, then what will happen is that states will have, like in the US, their own Supreme Court, right? So that certain cases that are within the purview of states, particularly like criminal cases, for example, should stay, and only certain very limited cases should be able to be appealed from, say, what would be a state Supreme Court to the federal courts. Now we do not have that system yet. And the state high courts are the highest court in the states. And in the pecking order, they're not very high. One court of appeal judgment can ruin everything. So yes, while we do have cases where there is judicial competition, states are just not they don't care about this competition. Otherwise, we would have been seeing more states try to be like Lagos. We would have been seeing more states, amending their laws and trying to catch up with places like Lagos is light years ahead of like more than half of the country when it comes to the judiciary, even the way the courts are, the facilities that the courts have, the speed with which cases are handled, also the knowledge of the judges. The judges are far better in places like Lagos than most other places. So we do have some of that. The problem is that we just have a problem. Nigeria is just a largely shameless place. So you cannot shame people into doing good work. You cannot say, oh, look at that state, they're doing better. Nobody cares. Because there is no direct consequence for inaction. And that really is the problem. Because this, yes, I agree that the competition should be there, but it already exists and states just don't care. And that's just what I wanted to add to what Gege said. Thank you, Mindset.
Well, thank you very much, Nathan Gege. Gege, I do have a question for you. Why is it that Justice Peter Lifu is always involved in I don't want to use, because you guys are lawyers, so perhaps you, for the lack of a better words, I don't want to say something that some lawyer, you guys will be uncomfortable, but so treat me as somebody who's not a lawyer. Why is it that when it comes to Justice Peter Lifu, there's always something akin to corruption around him? Why is that?
Thank you, Mindset. I don't want to speak directly on the character in question, but I'll tell you something my judicial source also told me, because I spent time talking to this person. It was almost a 2 to 3 hour meeting. And this person explained to me that, do we know, for example, that when judges are being appointed at the federal level, the Chief Justice gets his allocation, various Chief Justices at different levels get their allocations, politicians also get their allocations. So everybody nominates who they want to the position on this special list, and those are the people that get cleared. So what that tells you is there are people coming to the bench who are the nominees of somebody. In the same way, when a governor wins election, various godfathers nominate commissioners. It's the same way various godfathers nominate judges to the courts in Nigeria. So in a way, that should answer your question. Why a certain judge always rules in certain ways is because he's there as the nominee of someone. But I'll give you another interesting story that this person told me. There was a former Chief Justice. He's dead now, so I can name him. That same Tanko, for example. Tanko wanted one of his kids to become a judge. But the person, as his nominee, because everybody gets as I said, everybody, you nominate someone. So Tanko nominated one of his sons to be a judge. Now, the other judge in charge of the clearing said, okay, no problem. Your son is your nominee, no problem. Let's send his name to DSS. And Tanko said no. That how dare they try to screen his son? That this is madness. That why should my son be screened? If I say he should be made a judge, then he should clear the list straight up. So what this judge who was in charge of the clearing did, in the name of him trying to show integrity, was he then said, well, if we're not going to screen Tanko's son, then none of the judges during this exercise are going to be screened. So we have a group of judges, I think maybe about 50-ish, who did not go through any form of background DSS screening before they were appointed, all because somebody was trying to be fair and said, if Tanko's son is not screened, nobody will be screened. So literally, you have judges there. Some might be Boko Haram, some might be, I don't know, drug dealers, some might be whatever, but they were not screened. They are now on your benches delivering rulings. So that then tells you what is going on. So it's possible that, I don't know, Shekau or Boko Haram, or pick one named drug dealer, nominated somebody, no background check was there, and the person is now on the bench. So why would we be surprised when that person is always giving rulings, for example, that favor drug dealers? Because that's why he's there. So that answers your question in a roundabout way. Why is a judge behaving the way he is? Because he or she is doing what they were put there to do. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you, and I'm sorry, Gege, for your response to that question. And I would have loved to throw the same question to you. I don't know if you have a different explanation, or here for you guys to educate us, your lawyers.
No, I mean, I would. My answer would be similar. I mean, like I told you earlier, joke I always talk about sources of Nigerian law. One of it is corruption, corrupt Nigerian judges. However, I think that the corruption is not so much in the process of appointment, is in the systems, because regardless of how a judge is appointed, because we have good judges who have been captured by the state, like they're intelligent, but they do the bidding of the governor, or they do the bidding of some other highly placed person, because they exist within a system that where to survive, you have to capitulate to the corrupt forces that run the systems that we have. Remember that judges are not only, they don't only sit on courts. So for example, many judges want to be appointed to certain other things. So the Chief Justice handles things like postings, for example, right? Which court will you be posted to? Or how will you be elevated? They all, of course, want to be promoted. A high court judge doesn't want to remain a high court judge forever. A magistrate doesn't want to remain a magistrate forever. They want to be promoted and become a more senior person. And in that sort of promotion, just like you have in the army or in the police, they can be bypassed or looked, if they don't toe the line. Also, for example, there are chances for them to make more money, for example, by being selected to election petition tribunals, for example. And of course, everyone knows that only certain people who are, compliant will be sent to these commissions. So a judge that is not corrupt will suffer in so many ways, whether it is being overlooked when it comes to, elevation, or not being given cases, or having cases taken away from them, and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of punishment that comes to people who actually toe the line. But then there are judges that distinguish themselves when it comes to corruption. They particularly lend themselves to the corrupt structure and do their bidding, and like Gege, I will not make a particular comment on the individual in question, but many of us, when we were practicing law in Nigeria, we knew the judges you don't want to go to, because you know that this guy, you meet him, you say, come and see me in chambers, and you know what that means, Like when I was first in law school, many of us didn't want to be judges. We didn't want to be judges because of how they taught us a judge should behave. We were taught that once you become a judge, that is the end of your social life. Meaning you cannot attend any party. It's not every birthday party you are invited to that you go. It's not every wedding you attend, because you do not want people, because once you show up at a person's wedding and somebody brings that person to court, they can ask you to recuse yourself because, there's a photo of you and the defendant in at a wedding. So of course, recuse yourself. Or you attended the birthday party of the child of this person, recuse yourself. So judges have to, retreat from sort of the public eye. And we knew this, but now judges do everything. They go everywhere. They attend events. They are everywhere. You see them. When we were 20 years ago. I mean, 20 years is even early. 20 years ago, the judiciary was already quite bad. But we learned from our seniors that, oh my God, if you want to be a judge, your life will be very boring because you can't really socialize. And so, yes, there are many judges that corrupt politicians go to when they need a judgment. And those judges sometimes don't handle it themselves. The corrupt judges, the senior ones, right? The ones, for example, the chief justices or at the Court of Appeal, they have their boys and their girls. The people, they say, okay, I have a case, or don't worry, I'll give it to one of my boys, right? And he will call up another judge and say, I want you to do this matter. So sometimes it's not even the most corrupt person that you see, whose name you see. This person might be the boy of a more senior corrupt judge who is just part of the rotation, who gets cases, and they all. So it's the larger, and the last thing I will say is, because why I said it's not so much in the system, or rather not so much in the way the system is organized, because in the US, for example, governors appoint judges, right? The president appoints judges. They even appoint partisan judges. So you can be a judge that is an open Republican, right? And everybody knows your views. Say, for example, you're a Catholic Republican, right? Who's a literalist. So we know, for example, that when a case comes to you about abortion, we know already how you're going to rule. So when a case comes to you about LGBTQ rights, we know how you're going to rule. But still, the system allows for partisan appointments. So they can appoint a known open Republican or an open Democrat, but then there are other checks and balances that do not allow for judges to just run rampant. And when one judge has a problem, the judge, there are ways of disciplining that judge. In the states, in US, inside the states, where judges are elected, so they go through an election like every other person. When a judge is misbehaving like this, they lose election, because every 2 years they have to go back and be re-elected. And so the people say, no, we know how you have been giving judgments. You will not go back to the bench. So many judges have lost, they've left the judiciary because the people say no. So it's about a system of checks and balances that should exist, even if you have rogue elements. We do not have that today. And even those who are judges who are sticklers for truth and process get punished for doing so.
All right, thank you very much, Nathan, for your wonderful submission. You talked about the United States and how states choose their judges. Let me go to the Supreme Court in the United States. I'm sure you know about this individual I'm about to mention. I believe the game himself knows as well. I'm talking about Justice Amy Barrett. Do you remember him? Sorry, do you remember her? Amy Coney Barrett. Now, she was I think it was, sorry, I say Tinubu, it was Trump that nominated her, right? Hello? She's a Republican.
Yes.
So, but then again, so when there is a case that has to do with abortion or something that the Republicans feel that she has to be on their side, there has been a few cases that she decided not to be on their side, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so that is the independent of the judiciary, in as much as Trump was the one that nominated her. So a lot of people believe that as she being there, she has to do the job for the president. But some cases, she will say no. She will, lean towards the liberals. Then let me come back to Nigeria. You talked about the same thing in Nigeria, and let me bring it to the Nigeria context. There's actually a case in Imo State now. The Chief Justice of Imo State, or Chief Judge of Imo State, Prof is actually on this case, and I hope that the NJC will do what is right. The person that is qualified to be the Chief Judge in Imo State, it appears they don't want her for reasons best known to them, right? And one of the reasons is that she's not old. I think they are arguing that the other judge is older than her in service or what have you. But it appears that she's a prudent person, hence the governor doesn't want her to be there, because if she's there, she'll do what is right. So I'm going to ask this question to Gege. Gege is talking about institution changing things. How is that possible? Because we look up to the Federal High Court, we look up to the Supreme Court, but in the courts, the judges in the states, how are we going to do anything, right? As a people, as a country, to help? Again, that question is for you.
Well, thank you, mindset. I think it's what I said at the outset, that we have to have a more stringent recruiting requirement for our judges. So, for example, in the UK and the US, if you don't have a 2-1, usually it's usually a first class honors in law, or maybe with a good 2-1 degree and a good 10 years worth of real solid legal experience, it's more almost impossible to become a judge. In the US, you see the same thing with the quality of the judges, whether they're both, in most, I think the vast majority of cases, whether they are liberal or conservative, they're usually the brightest brains or the brightest thinkers of their generation who get to the bench. So that's something the NJC and the politicians can insist on and say, okay, look, we want minimum 2-1 or first class honors before we even consider you to be a judge. Secondly, we need to see evidence of your contribution to jurisprudence, either through writing, through active litigation. Something that shows that you are a serious candidate, you have the capability to become a judge. And then thirdly, our legislators also, we need to up the quality of people that become legislators, because oftentimes when these judges go through screening, you see how they are screened in the US, for example. They pull up your history, ask you all kinds of questions. They query you on what you think about abortion. What do you think of the death penalty? What are your views on competition law? In Nigeria, I think they don't tell you to bow and go. They'll be asking you foolish questions. Like, look at Tanko. During Tanko's screening, it was clear this man was not even qualified to be a security guard. Yet, the Senate still ratified the appointment. So, I think it's a holistic reform process. We need strict judicial higher qualifications to get in, but we also need the legislators who do the screening to also take their jobs more seriously. So, to be honest, myself, Nigeria has many problems, and sometimes I wonder if they are even solvable. But I yield the mic.
Okay, thank you, Kege. Anita, please do hold your thought for a minute. Let's hear from Ayo. The Stride Network, I'll come back to you. Ayo has not contributed. Let's hear from him, then I'll come back to you guys.
Thank you, Mindset, and good afternoon, everyone. I was actually enjoying the conversations. I believe why we are discussing judiciary today is because of the judgment delivered yesterday. And I will start like this. It is very clear to everybody that there is corruption in the judiciary. And all the politicians, those in power, those that were in power, and those that are aspiring to be, are all the same. I'll start like that by quickly citing this. When I heard of the news, the judgment yesterday, and immediately I started seeing online that there was a previous judgment, whether judgment or whatever, by the appeal court for that case to stay until the final determination of the case brought before the appeal court. Then I now read for that case at the appeal court has been stated for October 27 later this year. That in itself is corruption. It is corruption. There's likely possibility that someone somewhere, okay, we'll bring this case before you. Can you help us push it forward? Because it is very similar to the first case of ADC and Nafiu Bala. Instead of addressing the issue, these are the things with due respect that the lawyers do. They use delayed tactics. just to buy as much time as possible to probably render the case useless. At the same time, the judge that gave the judgment yesterday, regardless of the Court of Appeal order, went ahead. That's desperation. And to me, that is also corruption. So it's a game of who can play this game better. That's my understanding. Then I'll quickly move to this. You know, it is a tragedy when you are confronted with a war and you are leading people, and unfortunately for the people, you are being led by leaders that don't have foresight, or better leaders that don't pay attention to details. Why am I saying that? I've checked through when I saw the judgment to look on law reports whether there has been cases decided, and I will summarize with this point on two cases under section 225A. The case between INEC and National Democratic Party and others, 2023, often cited as INEC versus ACD and others. These are the points was able to pick out. Number one, constitutional supremacy. Section 225A is self-executing. INEC does not require fresh legislation or political discretion to act once the conditions exist. The second thing there, no violation of freedom of association. The registration under that section does not infringe on section 40, which deals with freedom of association, because political parties are special constitutional entities, not ordinary associations. Thirdly, electoral performance is a legitimate test. The Supreme Court previously affirmed that Nigeria's constitution permits performance-based survival of political parties to avoid electoral chaos. Then the last point there is the disjunctive interpretation of that section 225A, subsection B, and subsection C, in that failure in any one ground is sufficient. I'm happy we have lawyers here. They can either disprove that or interpret it better. The second case there is the People's Democratic Movement, PDM, versus INEC 2022, affirmed on appeal. I think this case ended at the appeal court, but that reasoning was endorsed by Supreme Court in later rulings. And what are the key principles there? No prior hearing is required. The registration under that section is not punitive. It is merely regulatory. Therefore, pre-registration hearing is not mandatory. Parties are also deemed to have constructive notice of constitutional requirements. Okay, the last thing I'll bring out has been mentioned by Hal Nathan when he said he's waiting to get the full details of the judgment, that if the facts of the two cases, the one pending before the Court of Appeal and the one the judge gave the judgment on, if the facts are different, then likely there might be its basis. And if you listen to Malam Bolaji Abdullahi yesterday, he said at the beginning of that case that the Attorney General was listed as a defendant, but according to him, all of a sudden, his name, the Attorney General, is now a plaintiff. And if we cast our mind, few weeks, 1 or 2 months back, I saw on the news the Attorney General appearing in court, canvassing ADC to be deregistered. If it is the same case, it means probably, I'm not sure, probably the facts of the matter are different. I'll conclude this way. Judiciary is corrupt. Politicians are the ones corrupting them, whether in power or out of power. If a case has been listed for judgment 5th of this month, and the Court of Appeal came with another for them to pen further action, are now listed for hearing October 27, in a case, obviously, that will impact the general election. So I believe there's no gainsaying that corruption do exist. Thank you, Mindset. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ayo, for your contribution. I can see Stride Nation raising his hand, and I can see Nathan. And Nathan, please do hold your thoughts. Let's hear from Stride Nation. Maybe that will be a question as well for you to respond to.
Let me give this big sign. Judiciary, a lot has been said. Judiciary is corrupt. That statement is very, 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 very dangerous. It is. The democracy sits on two tripods: fairness, rule of law, and the rule of law. Now you can say, well, the judiciary as an institution has to be protected in democracy. We listen to what I think Gege is based in America. I spoke about the legal system, the judicial system in America. He spoke about some judges. He never for once said the judiciary is corrupt. What he said was that judges, they are human beings. Judges, not the judiciary, that are aligned to either Democrat. They have everybody is a political animal. So if you have a Democrat who is a judge, everything is going to be balanced. The judgment could be fair, but he has his own opinion. So I would say that it is judges who are corrupt, and not all judges are corrupt. Individual judges are corrupt, but not the judiciary. Now, when we all think the judiciary has been corrupt, even when the judgment is fair and just, we will all say, no, it's corrupt. Why? And that is dangerous, because we've labeled that institution as being corrupt. So there are individuals who are corrupt. And who created this problem? Who are those who created this? The politicians. So when a judgment favors me, I will say, the judiciary is the hope of the last man or the common man. When it doesn't favor me, I will say it's corrupt, because it doesn't favor me. This is a problem. So we have to protect the judiciary and engage the corrupt judges. And how do you engage those? Look at the rulings. There are some cases that, even though you might feel might go this way, and at the end of the day, it doesn't go that way. It doesn't mean the judge was corrupt. It doesn't have to go my way all the time. And that's why we have the checks and balances. But we have to address that too, because we know that, like what's this judgment of deregistration and all that stuff. To me, I believe one big problem we have is that court system is very, very slow. Assuming that this matter was settled ages ago, say maybe last year, I think the case has been in court for God knows when. If it was settled immediately, I'm sure people won't be saying, they won't be reading political tone into it. They must have settled the judge. They want to keep the opposition. This. And why are they saying that? Is because people are losing faith in the judiciary. The politicians are making people to lose faith in the judiciary. And once you lose faith in the judiciary, the democracy collapses. It is very dangerous. I think I don't have to pronounce his name. Elnat is a lawyer. I think he will agree with that. Likewise, we have lawyers too. Will we now say all lawyers are corrupt? No, they are bad eggs. If we say all lawyers are corrupt, then who's going to defend the law? Who's going to defend? Who's going to fight? We have bad lawyers. That's why you have an ethics committee to deal with the bad ones. And that's why you have the Judicial Council to deal with erring judges. We have to protect that institution. In democracy, we have to protect. Yes, there are some judgments that are suspect, but it doesn't mean the judiciary is corrupt. It is not the judiciary that delivers judgment. It's a judge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Strike Nation. Nathan, please go ahead, sir.
Thanks, Wanted. First, I completely disagree with the last speaker. I think this is anybody who has worked in a court in Nigeria will also not agree with you. And in fact, there's been many people have written about this. And I will explain why, right? So we have, I think one of the big mistakes when discussing Nigerian judiciary is to reduce the problem to individual corruption. The issue is not that some judges are corrupt or that every judge is corrupt. I've mentioned before that there are many hardworking principal judges trying to do their job under difficult circumstances. The real problem is that the judiciary itself is dysfunctional and corrupt. And I'm not exaggerating. This is anybody who has worked within the system knows that any lawyer or judge that tries to work within the Nigerian judicial system does so against all odds. Now, when a system, right, repeatedly produces outcomes that undermine public confidence, the question is no longer whether there are a few bad eggs. The question is, does the structure work? The average Nigerian does not experience the judiciary as an institution that provides impartial justice or predictable justice. And these are two things that every judiciary must at least have: predictability, impartiality, right? Now, the question of whether it is fast or not, this is neither here nor there, right? I wouldn't even bring in the delays in judgments as a big problem, right? But where you have consistently conflicting judgments from courts of coordinate jurisdiction, where you have foreign shopping as part of the legal system, where you have technicalities that are elevated above substance as part of the institution, and where the system favors the more wealthy and politically connected than it does ordinary citizens, then it is not an issue of a few punishing a few corrupt judges. And that is why we have, for example, the case of Imo State. There is a reason why people don't want somebody who will not play by the rules of the system, this corrupt system, to become the chief judge. Because the chief judge of a state is not just the chief judge. The chief judge has certain administrative functions, right, that go beyond just giving judges. So, for example, the chief judge of a state has the sole discretion to assign specific cases to various judges within their jurisdiction. So it means that when you file a case, the chief judge can remove that case from a judge that he knows might give an impartial judgment and assign it to somebody who will not. That's the huge power of the chief judge. The chief judge also has the power to make the rulemaking and practice directions. So they have the authority to issue practice directions and rules that regulate the court proceedings themselves. most across board, these positions have been captured either by state or by other players, right? Now, finally, I will just say that, a healthy institution should not need a few exceptional individuals to function. It should produce good outcomes, even when populated by regular people who might be corruptible, right? The Nigerian judiciary increasingly needs, heroic judges to overcome even the most basic systemic weaknesses, right? And again, I come back to the work of Chile Odinkalu, for example, who has talked about this problem of contradictory orders from courts of coordinate jurisdiction. There is zero way to predict how a case will come out in the Court of Appeal, even when the law is clear. Because you have Court of Appeal, Abuja, Benin Division, Court of Appeal, Lagos Division, same cases, different judgments. Because somebody has done forum shopping, and they know that we have guys in the Court of Appeal in Jos, so we take it there, right? We're not even talking about the delays. We're also talking about judicial appointments and promotion. Odinkalu has also written extensively about the opacity of appointments and sort of the influence of patronage networks, right? So a judiciary that recruits and promotes through relationships rather than any sort of transparent merit is itself weakening public confidence. So it is not those who are pointing out the problem that are undermining confidence. It is the institution itself over decades that has undermined its own, any sort of confidence you might have in judicial administration, in the way judges are done, and most prominently we see it in election litigation. And whether you agree with the particular judgments or not, the pattern is clear. Courts have become central actors in determining political outcomes, from party primaries to candidate substitutions, to legislative leadership disputes, to governorship contests, to defections, to any sort of constitutional controversies, that end up, judges are political actors in the judiciary. So the problem is not a mere problem of, one bad judge, a few bad eggs. No, the judiciary itself is rotten to its core. And we must have a complete and really aggressive overhaul of the rules, of the way judges are appointed, of the way people even become qualified to become judges, of the way people, run courts, whether it's the chief judge or of the High Court or the Federal High Court, whether it's the president of the Court of Appeal, or the way justices of the Supreme Court operate. So it's not a small problem that we have. It is look, if you study Nigerian law, it doesn't make any sense. Because for every judgment of the Court of Appeal you bring that tells you A, I will give you 2 judgments of the Court of Appeal that will say B. This is not a problem of individual judges. This is a systemic problem.
All right, thank you, Nathan, for your contribution. I can see Mr. Stride is only myself, Mr. Stride, Dejan, and Nathan. If you're requesting the mic, and for some reason I'm not able to see it, can you please update your app? As I said 3 days ago, we're just back on Spaces again. So I think the problem we are facing here, it has to do with the algorithm. Even on the other handle that I join with, because sometimes the thing will kick me out. So I'm trying to be a speaker, but it keeps kicking me out. So it's not, I don't know what the problem is, right? Strike Nation, I will recommend the book for you, right? It's a book called The Selectorate, When the Judges Topple the People. It was a book written by Professor Chidwadi Kanu. So I think if you read that book, maybe you would understand how rotten, let me borrow the words of Nathan, who is a lawyer, the judicial system is. I get your point that we cannot all say the institution itself is corrupt, because there might be 1, 2, or 3 lawyers, right, who are not corrupt. But when you have 90%, in my view, that Nigerians would argue that these guys are corrupt, I mean, the percentage itself alone tells you that, I mean, mostly everything there is corrupt. How do you explain to somebody that a particular person has not lost any court case? I mean, the person is so confident. I'm not talking about any other person. I'm talking about the minister of the FCT. You see, there's something about him and the Nigerian judiciary that his confidence alone when it comes to cases will make you think what is going on here. Sorry, somebody's mic is on.
Sorry,
No, please.
I have a question for
one
you.
minute, you can't do this. You know, yesterday we tried to address this.
All right, okay.
Okay, so please, let's not do this. If you have a question, you raise your hand. I would pass the mic to you. I hope that we can all work together. Where was I again? You see, it happened. Okay. All right. Go on with your question.
Sorry about that. You were recommending a book to that I should read. That was where you were when I interjected.
But go ahead with your question. Go ahead with it.
So my question to you is this: everybody here says the judiciary is corrupt. Okay, political cases don't make up the judiciary. We have other cases. So, is it because most of the cases, political cases, are suspects? Does that make the judiciary corrupt? What about other civil matters, other cases? We are just focusing on one aspect of the judiciary. We have the family courts, we have the civil matters, we have criminal matters, all that. But political cases, you can't paint the judiciary with one brush based on political cases. The example you are making now is political. You've not gone to corporate law. You've not gone to civil cases, criminal, and all that. That's why I said we need to protect the judiciary. And that's why I said it is judges. Maybe the judges that deal with political matters, yes, could be corrupt, fine, but that doesn't make the judiciary corrupt. That's what I just wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. Now, this is why I would recommend this for you, the Selectorate. Right? There was a time, I think 2 years ago. Aneta, please do hold your thought. I'll come back to you. Professor Chief Abikano was on this platform, and he shared a story about a certain case that has been dragging. I think, let me now misquote him, right? For over 20 years or 30 years. That has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with politics, right? Is a civil case, but it dragged for almost 20-something years. So let me just put myself in a much better place so somebody will not misquote me. How do you now tell somebody that a case that started sometimes, I think it's the 1980-something or 1970-something, dragged for that long? Okay, so I'm not a lawyer, but I can go on and cite so many other cases that has nothing to do with politics. You see, my problem is this. If as a people we cannot tell ourselves the truth, there is no way we can build this Nigeria that we are all in, this good Nigeria, better Nigeria, a paradise that we are hoping not only for ourselves, but our children and our children's children. Let me give you an example. If some people, and then I'll come back to you. If people think it has to do with ADC, if you remember, there was a case about ADC that Nafi Bala took them to court. And INEC, for some reason, best known to the INEC chairman, decided to remove the chairman of the ADC then from the portal, right? I hope you're aware of that. Let me tell you why it's interesting about that case. If you listen to some lawyers, there are lawyers who felt, in as much as these lawyers might not be happy with the way the country is being run, They didn't vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu or AP, so if you will, they disliked whatever this president represents. But there are some lawyers who argued that the reason this case is so messed up, excuse my language, is because ADC did not do their due diligence to do what is right. I remember one lawyer was on this platform. He was trying to explain to us that if ADC had appealed, sorry, I'm happy Gege is here. Nathan is here. Please, lawyers, help me out when if I pronounce anything, I butcher whatever it is. You guys are here to guide me, right? If ADC were to appeal that case in the right manner, maybe they would have found themselves in that position. These are lawyers who, for some reason, if you follow them and listen to them, they're not pleased with what is presenting. But what am I trying to say? If something is done the right way, myself, you, Ege, and Nathan, every other person on this platform will say, okay, fair enough. What the mistake was from the opposition. They didn't do their due diligence. But if we can look ourselves eyeball to eyeball and say there is nothing wrong here, where there is somebody in the FCT who can look at, who can tell you right now, Strike Network, he can tell you right now, your case against Mindset will be decided by Gege. And he will tell you the date. And he will tell you the outcome. And say to you, Strike, don't worry, relax. And it will plan out exactly, just nothing added, nothing removed. And you can, how do we then say that this organization or this institution is not corrupt, whereby one man somewhere will tell you exactly how a case that you have not filed. Say, go on, file this case. On the 22nd of December, it will be heard by Gege. And it doesn't matter whether Mindset has a Nathan, Stride, and whatever he's, don't worry about it. I'll tell you who will hear this case. Just be around. This is the same time. This is it. And it will plan that way. How do you now explain to me that we do not have a problem in the judiciary? It's a problem. That is the problem that we're facing. Well, thank you very much, sir. As I pass the mic back to Nathan, I can see you raise his hand.
Yes, I was just going to make the argument that the idea that a case is a political case actually is not a really good argument. And the reason is, it's not as if there are certain judges that only handle political cases. It's the same judges. So the judges that sit at the electoral tribunal, for example, election petition tribunal, they're the same judges that handle land cases. So a judge who takes a bribe in a governorship case does not become suddenly honest when hearing a commercial dispute. A judge who bends the law for a powerful politician does not suddenly recover his integrity when deciding a land matter. It's the same human being who sits on the bench. It's like saying, oh, that man, he only slaps his wife. He doesn't beat women. Oh, why are you saying he hates women? It's only his wife that he beats now. We're talking about the same human being, the same incentives, the same institutional culture that says we can bend justice to reflect the will of the powerful. And so, in fact, it is important to look at how political cases turn out, because political cases reveal what the judiciary is under maximum stress. It shows what happens when the stakes are highest and when powerful actors are involved. If a bridge collapses when a heavy truck drives over it, we don't say, but the bridge is good now. If you walk across the bridge, you don't fall. If you drive a bicycle, it will not fall. No. We test the bridge by how much it can hold and whether it will break under stress. And so if a truck cannot drive over a bridge, we don't say the bridge is good because people can walk across it. No, we condemn that bridge or we rebuild it because a car cannot drive across it. Bridges are not there only to carry human traffic. It's there to carry human and vehicular traffic. That collapse is what reveals what the true structure is, right? So like I said, the good judges in Nigeria, they're actually working against this corrupt institutional culture. They actually are the ones who struggle the most. And that's why every time you see a battle over whether a judge should be appointed or not, it's usually a case of, can we control this person or not? And where that judge cannot be controlled, then the powers that be step in and say, no, this person cannot be chief judge, because they will ruin the whole system that is working for all of us, the corruption. So in fact, the anomaly in the Nigerian judiciary is a good judge, not a bad. The bad judge is the norm. And to say that the judge is bad doesn't mean that every single case is bad. Of course, there are cases that come before the judge where the judge doesn't know any of the parties. So it is possible that the same judge that gives a corrupt decision will give a legally sound decision. The same judge. And so if a judge repeatedly issues contradictory orders, if the appointments to the office is opaque, if disciplinary processes do not command public confidence, and if courts become actors in political contests, it's no longer about a few bad individuals. It's about the health of the institution itself. And so political cases actually reveal whether safeguards in the judiciary actually work. And in Nigeria, the evidence is overwhelming that there are no safeguards, or actually safeguards do not work within this system. And like I said, anybody who has worked in this in the Nigerian court system will tell you this. The judges, lawyers have, and many lawyers who are practicing, especially who have big cases in the Court of Appeal, will be reluctant to say this because they have to still go before these judges and practice law. Some of us don't have to do it, so we can say it. People like Godin Kalu, because he's not doing litigation, he can say it because he's not going to appear before a judge tomorrow, and the judge will be like, Shebi, you were abusing us yesterday. We'll see how your case will proceed. So we have the luxury of saying this. Many lawyers may not have the luxury, especially if you're going to court every day. But in private, every single lawyer that is worth anything will tell you this. That's why forum shopping is a big thing. That's why any serious lawyer, before they take it, they're not just going to file the case. No. You look for which judge. You actually shop for a judge. You find which judge is captured. Senior lawyers know which judge is captured by whom. And they try to say, okay, let's find a judge that has not been captured. Or let's find a judge that will be, sympathetic to our case. And so that tells you that the system itself is broken. It's rotten to its core. And this is not a case about the issue of political cases. It happens in land cases. It happens in commercial cases. It happens when powerful actors are involved. The fact that they may not collect bribes from every single person that comes does not mean the system is not rotten. A dictator doesn't arrest every single person or kill every single person that speaks. It is enough that they kill one person. A murderer doesn't have to murder every single person they come across. A psychopath doesn't have to harass and oppress every single person. A misogynist doesn't have to hate every single woman. An abuser doesn't have to abuse every single individual for them to be an abuser. They just have to have a pattern. And the pattern in the Nigerian judiciary is that of corruption.
Thank you, Nathan, for your contribution. Stride Network is myself, you, and Nathan. We do not have any other person that would like to contribute. But let me add to what Nathan said. It is so bad. The problem in the Nigerian judiciary is so bad that I believe you know some lawyers. If you don't know, I think people around you will know some. There were some cases, especially political cases, that somebody will find a political case right now, right? And all people need to see, or some lawyers, will look at it and they will tell you, You have a good case, but since it's this judge, I don't think. I wish you well. Let me put it that way. And you wonder why would somebody say this? Say, just take it the way it is, right? This judge, and they'll mention the name of those judges. At least we know 4 or 5 or 6, 7 of them. When you mention their name, they will tell you, okay, this person. So when people were surprised that this court case ended up, I mean, it's still on, right? But because of the judge involved, right? It tells you everything you need to know. Some persons, some people have not even seen these judgments. I mean, I've not seen it, but you can just tell by the body language of those who might not be fan of Accord Party, those who are not fan of ZLP, ADP, and what have you. But because of the man in question or the judge in question, they have decided that whatever it is there is wrong. That is the thing that we all need to work against. When somebody's name is mentioned, when somebody hears about Pride Nation, they say, oh, no, I know him, without knowing whether he's sided mindset or not. So, no, don't worry about him. That is where we need to be. That's where we want our judiciary to be. It's not a question of saying if the opposition, for some reason, best known to them, decided to mess up their cases, and they want myself, you, and Nathan, and every other person to come here and say no. They must be given to them on the platter of gold. No. If he misses a day to file your case and the judge looked at it and say, you're wrong, everybody should go home. But when there's something that's, even though we are not lawyers, we can see these things, you begin to wonder. Let me give you another example, since we do not have any other person here, but let me give you an example. Are you aware of the case in the River State that has to do with the state assembly members moving to APC? I'm sorry, are you aware of that case? Am I still audible? Nathan, am I still audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Okay, he's not responding, so I do not think there's any need for me to explain to him if he's no longer here. But I was going to tell him the story about what transpired in River State. Now, the Supreme Court has no reason whatsoever to get themselves involved in bringing back the House of Assembly members. It is not part of what was being pleaded for, right? Nathan, please help me out. You're a lawyer, okay? That's a different case. But the Supreme Court looked at it and said, okay, this has nothing to do with us, but we are going to get ourselves involved in this. That was how the whole thing in River State ended, because somebody believed that this will be the end of it. This is how it will plan out. And that's exactly what happened. Right? This is the thing. We want a better Supreme Court. We want a better judiciary. The judiciary need our help. Yes, we are going to help them, wherever you, myself, every other person. But they have to do what is right. They have to do what is right to build this great country. They have to do what is right to build these institutions. And I'm not going to be one individual. People will say, okay, people are attacking the judiciary verbally and everything. We can criticize them. They are humans. If a judge has done something wrong, it is our responsibility as citizens to say this is wrong. I will not be a part of, individuals who will say everything has to be my way or no way. Right? As I said, there are those who argued that ADC messed up their case by not appealing against this thing. They didn't say the judiciary was wrong, but they're saying this was the problem here. Then we focus on INEC. How did INEC make this mistake? But there are those who were like, okay, ADC messed up this thing. Stride, I still hope that you're here, but since you're not responding, I'll pass the mic back to Nathan. Nathan?
Yes. No, I just wanted to emphasize the issue of it being actually the system. Now, in fact, the real problem, right, is that, so if the problem was that we have a few bad judges, then we would not see it in the pattern of, and remember that when we talk about the judiciary, it's not just individual judges. We're talking about court clerks, registrars, and other officials of court, right? Look, I remember, and this is not a thing that started like yesterday. I remember one of the last cases I did. In fact, this judge was so bad that he was not just collecting money from like the powerful people. He began collecting money from everybody. And so even his colleagues said, this one is too much now. And they removed him. And I remember I think he's late now. The last time I went to his court, it was a simple matter. And I was a very young lawyer. You know, I was very excited that I'm going to finish my first case. And if you know sort of the Abuja High Court, it's the Abuja High Court rules under what is called the undefended list. So a case that where the defendant does not really have a defense, and it's what we call either a liquidated money demand, which is to say you can quantify the demand in money. So it's not a complicated demand. It's you owe me 500,000, and on the face of it, there is no defense. Let's say you took my money and ran away with it. There's a clear case. It's not like we're arguing about whether or not I took the money. The question is me just trying to get the money back. So it was a very simple case. It was a guy, he went to a hotel. He was a local politician in the East. He came to Abuja to try to do politics, and somehow it didn't work out for him. But throughout the period that he stayed in Abuja, he was living in this hotel. And he racked up a huge, huge bill. And then one day he disappeared. So the hotel was our client, and I was supposed to just try to get the money back. We couldn't find him. So the question was, let's get judgment. And then wherever we find him, we'll be able to attach his properties if we can find it. So if we can find his bank account, if we can find landed property that he has, and so on and so forth, because we couldn't find him physically. And so, of course, I'd asked the judge to enter judgment for me, under, then I think it was section 22 of the Abuja Civil Procedure Rules. And he looked at me and he said to me, why do you think you can just come to my court and just get judgment just like that? So you just want to come and just get judgment? I said, my lord, I don't understand what you mean. He said other lawyers should explain it to him. So you think you just come in and just get judgment just like that? And in my very, idealistic head, I almost wanted to say, but of course, that's what I want. This is exactly what so I just said, my lord, I just want to draw my lord's attention to the provisions of the Abuja Civil Procedure Rules that clearly state that this is a straightforward procedure, and in the absence of the defendant, the court should enter judgment. Like there's no. He's like, he says, look, I will give you 1 month adjournment. Go and come back, so that you will know that in this court you don't just come and just get judgment just like that. And this for me was confusing, and it was just everybody just carried on like it was normal. We're not even talking about the small corruption that if you want your processes to be served on time, you have to add naira notes to your motion when you are giving it to the court clerk. You have to give the court clerk something, give the registrar something, otherwise your file will go to the bottom of the pile. So top to bottom, from the people working in the court to the judges themselves, it is the good judges that actually are the ones struggling. They're the ones struggling in spite of a rotten system to deliver judgments that make sense. So, like I said, the anomaly they are the good judges. But again, to say this, right, is not to say that every single case is marred by corruption. Like I said, the same person who delivers a legally sound judgment can also take money to deliver a judgment that is dubious. Again, a case where the law has been properly followed can also be the subject of corruption. So It's easier, for example, for a judge to take money when already the judge knows that I would have judged him this way anyway. So not every case of corruption leads to the bending of the law, but that doesn't stop it from being corruption. It's like saying, if I want to apply for a driver's license, right? I am qualified. I passed my driver's test. If I go to road safety and they tell me you have to give us 5,000 before we give you the thing. If I pay 5,000, it doesn't mean I'm no longer a qualified driver because I bribed. I could have gone through the process, but it also doesn't mean that there is no corruption. So, like I said, there are several ways to look at it. Corruption doesn't always alter the law. It does very often, but there is corruption at every level of the Nigerian judiciary. So I think that it's better for us to actually see the magnitude of the problem, so that we are not looking for small fixes, and in the end, it's like a car that your engine has to be changed. And every day you're going, you fix carburetor because it's, oh no, the whole engine is okay. Let's just fix this, change pipe. No, what you need is to change the engine. Otherwise, you will keep going and fixing things every day, and your mechanic will be your best friend. So we always actually, those of us who love the judiciary, to be honest about the scale of the problem, the magnitude of the problem. But again, we will not change the judiciary until we change the larger Nigerian problem, because it is connected to how people in power know that they can, in fact, influence the judgments. That in fact they can influence if they say, okay, don't worry, when you become CJ, I want this from you, I want this from you, and then the CJ says, I want this from you. They get money, they get favors. So unless we work, that's why the whole country has to change together. The police will not change by itself. The judiciary will not change by itself. The same people who, it's not like different sets of human beings. It's the same Nigerians, subject to the same systems. And we have to be honest about the magnitude of the problem so that we can be efficient in our solutions.
Thank you, Nathan, for your wonderful submission. Whew, okay. You mentioned the police, you mentioned other Nigerians, you mentioned other institutions in Nigeria that we have to change. I agree with you. But if we get the judiciary right, I believe every other institution will get right. I like to listen to Miles Monroe. There was a podcast. I like to listen to one of the things that he said on that podcast was about the judiciary, how powerful the judiciary is in a system, in a government, and I agree with him. Now, if we have a judicial system that works right, and a policeman who goes around extorting money from people knows that the moment he goes to court, the judge would jail him and say, because you collected money from this person, you're going to court, even if for 1 month, 6 months, or what have you. The rest of the policemen out there will look at it and say, no, I don't want to go to jail for 6 months, right? If it means to collect this 100,000 naira or 200,000 naira to go to jail and lose my job and everything, I don't want to do it. But we don't have that. Now, if somebody else who is in the government commits a crime and the judge look at him and say, it doesn't matter how big you are, how small you are, you've done something wrong. You must go in for this. They will stop this nonsense. There was an individual, a House of Rep member from Abia State that slapped the Uber driver. I think you guys remember that story. I think he's still contesting right now, right? The guy brought food for him, or he was angry that the guy brought it for the late. Someone like that should have gone in for it, in as much as the guy came back to say, okay, I don't have a problem with it. But judges should have used that individual as an example. Okay, this is an opposition person, it's not a member of the APC, so I just don't want people to feel that everything is about the opposition. This guy was in Abga, and I believe he's still in Abga, right? So when we get judges, a judicial system that will look at people who have committed any crime, and say, You must go in. I mean, Donald Trump, as a former president, even when he was contesting, they dragged him from this courtroom to that courtroom. At a point, we all saw his mugshot and everything, right? A former president. We can't even bring the a local government chairman to court. Before you know it, you will ring somebody, and somebody will ring someone and say, "Don't worry about that case, leave it there." That is why we are all hoping that the judiciary system in Nigeria will work well. Okay, anything, go ahead. Go ahead.
So while in principle I might agree with you, I still insist that that alone will not solve the problems. You know why? Now, there's something that us lawyers used to call important judgment, which is you can get the judgment, but nothing will happen. You go get the judgment. The judgment will just remain on paper. Judges do not enforce the law. A judge will give you a judgment, but then the institutions that execute the judgment are different, right? Obeying the judgment is a completely different thing. Every lawyer knows, for example, that if you have processes to serve inside military barracks, it's very difficult. You know, even though, you know, that also is part of the jurisdiction of the court. If there is a person who's subject to civil processes, not a criminal case, which, for example, would be subject to like court martial or something like this. No, like somebody in the army who has a civil case. It is very, very difficult. In fact, the policeman that is attached to the court will refuse to go into that barrack to do that because he doesn't want to be assaulted by the soldiers, right? So you can issue several judgments and nothing will happen. I'll give you, look at Sambo Dasuki. How many times did the court grant him bail? Between 2015 and 2019, multiple courts granted him bail. He went to Nigerian courts, they granted him bail. He even went to the ECOWAS court, they granted him bail. But the DSS said, oh yeah, now go and be getting your judgment. Nothing will happen. Look at Zakzaki, Ibrahim Zakzaki and his wife. 2016, the Federal High Court ordered their release. It ordered for compensation. It ordered that they should be given accommodation. The orders were not complied with for years. You know? Remember that even Showore, for example, many times he will be granted bail and they will refuse to release him. So I think that in functioning constitutional systems, the judiciary doesn't have its own police force or its army. The authority of the court exists because political actors accept that judicial decisions are binding on them even when they disagree. So in Nigeria, where powerful actors treat court orders as just a negotiation, I can obey if I want, I can appeal if it's necessary. I can ignore it if it's politically expedient, then it cannot be that the judiciary it has to change together, because there are many court judgments that are just sitting down as court judgments. They've never been obeyed, So that's why I insist that whether you change the judiciary tomorrow, we still have the same problems, because you can get all the judgments you want. If there's nobody to enforce it, there's nobody to enforce it. So that's why they must all change together. The police must change as well. The army must change. Politics must change. Political actors must not treat courts as things that they listen to when it's convenient. One institution changing will not change the rest. Judgments are words on paper. It is the other actors that can decide these words have authority. And if those actors decide, we don't care about your authority, there's nothing the court can do. And that's why I say it must change together.
Okay, thank you, Nathan, for your submission. Now, I do agree with you that all the institutions that you mentioned have to change. We have to do whatever we can to make sure that these institutions are run properly. But the thing here is we must be honest to ourselves, right? We've got to take it one step at a time, because if we lump everything together, it's going to be a difficult one. Now, that's what I do agree with you as well, that it's not about giving court orders or judgment, it's about enforcing this judgment. But here is it for me, right? When you have a judge who somebody will say to you, hello, Nathan, you know that Judge Stride is not Judge Stride is not part of this shenanigans, it's not part of this nonsense, right? You have to attend court. You know that Judge Stride will give his judgment, and you know how he behaves and everything. I think that alone will begin to reshape things. But if you, Nathan, or I can use myself as an example, I say, who is the judge? Oh, Judge Stride. It doesn't matter. Is he not this one there? Yeah, don't worry. He's pally now. Don't worry. You just go there. Let him read out whatever he wants to read out. Right? Then there is nothing to say that we are going to change. But if we have honest judges who people can look at and say, this one is not on your side, though. This one is not on my side. It's on the side of what is right. I think that will begin to shape the country and put us in where we are supposed to be. You cited somebody going to the police barrack to arrest a soldier or something like that. It's still bound down to the same thing that I've said, right? If politicians who have disobeyed court order, for some reason best known to them, one of these days they go to the same court. I don't know how it's legal to do so. And those judges will look at it and say, you're here now, you disobeyed this court order for how many years or months, but you're here. For this reason, you're going to jail from that particular court room. I think these guys will sit up. When judges look at politicians and say, because he disobeyed this court order, there's nothing like this thing, you're going to jail, go and prepare for your bail. If they stay 2 days or 1 month or 3 months, like Ojus or Carlo, in as much that has not changed him, I think that might start telling these people that judges should be respected. But when you have a judge, the Chief Justice of the Confederation, the former Chief Justice, he was in Port Harcourt in 2022, few months to the election. And he said, and I quote, that he's very happy that his in-law and his governor are part of the G5. Hello? This is somebody who would ordinarily, you wouldn't want to, you don't expect him to be in part of in such environment. But he's there, not that only that he was there boldly telling Nigerians, I don't care how you feel about it. This is my position. I'm going to be on the side of my in-law, paraphrasing now. I'm going to be on the side of my governor. That is the thing. So the whole thing in the Nigerian judiciary needs to, I just don't want it to appear that we are here criticizing them. Okay, what can we do? What can we do? Every one of us can do something. What we can do is just correcting them. They are learned people. We don't understand the law and we don't know the law. But we're not stupid. We know 1 + 1 is 2. Don't tell us 1 + 1 is 7. In as much as there's a legal term to all these things, but we are not stupid. You're not a lawyer. You do not understand how this thing works. What works what way that the judge will look at somebody in the eyes and say, this is not right, or somebody will tell you how a judge will decide a case. I know you lawyers can look at a case and say, I think this is going one side. I think you probably might not get this. That's fine. I've been to courts where my lawyer would, look at me, the barrister would say, okay, you might want to consider this. Looking at this now, I think we probably, to be on the safe side, I think we might need to consider this offer, or we want to listen. If not, somebody will come and say, the judge will say, hey, Nathan, you're not coming tomorrow. Stride, you're not coming tomorrow. Ola, you're not coming tomorrow. Nkechi, you're not coming tomorrow. Ankadede, you're not coming tomorrow. That's exactly what he would do. He would do it the way he did it. Nathan, Stride, and call their name one after the other. And then on that same day, I will go to court and the man will read that is something. How do you want me to have faith in such institution? Right? Well, enough of me. Let me hear from Ola. Ola, good morning, sir.
Good afternoon, mindset. Good afternoon, wonderful people. Now, I've listened and heard all the different sides and different points that people have raised. But one thing keeps on coming back to the back of my mind, and maybe yourself or El Nathan could answer this question for me. Now, we're saying, yes, if judges could do this. I remember when we were growing up, you hardly could ever see pictures of judges at Owambes or functions of parties because they were meant to, even though, yes, there were people among the society and they had friends and they had people that they went to school with or things with, but they tried to have this picture of we're being independent, like Lady Justice is meant to be blind. But the bigger problem we have, to me, is not just about the judiciary, it's the mindset of a lot of Nigerians. When we say, I heard, I think it was Strike that was saying he wasn't happy that we're saying the judiciary is corrupt. But why is it? Why shouldn't we say just the individuals that are corrupt? I will go further to say the problem with it, the judiciary is a subset of Nigerians. Nigerians are average. A lot of Nigerians in different positions are always looking to game the system. Whether it's like the example Nathan just gave, yes, you might have passed the driving test, but let me don't even use that one. A couple of months ago, I was trying to get my Nigerian passport renewed. I went onto the portal. It had like a 6 month wait for you to get your to go and get your biometrics read and everything. If you're not doing it virtually, which you have to pay more. And I was asking some people, and people were saying, "Oh, people actually pay to get bumped up the list." And I was like, "You know what? I'm not paying. I'll wait for the 6 months." I waited the 6 months. Now, my point is, we might say the judiciary are or people, not just clerks, registrars, judges, and everything, or elements of are corrupt. Elements of Nigerians are corrupt. Whether you go to the army, the police, the civil service, even ordinary, you hear cases of somebody has owns a poultry, got somebody to manage it for them. That person has ended up stealing, eggs and all sorts. So no matter what we say about the judiciary, it's a reflection of the mindset of an average Nigerian. And until we change that mindset, mind upon, we're stuck with the system we have because the people make up the system. Thank you, mindset.
Thank you very much, Ola, for your contribution. I do get the point where you're coming from. You see, it still go back to what I said, that let's say the person that trying to collect money from you now to move you forward, if you know that person and you report that person and the person, let's say is in Nigeria and the authorities said, okay, what you've done is bribery and we're not going to have it, okay? For this reason, you've been relieved of your duties, or if you have committed a crime, we're going to take you to courts. We go back to the court system again. And the court will look at it and say, mindset, when Ola was about to renew his passport, you asked him to give you 5,000 naira, which was not part of the job, right? For that reason, you're going in for 1 month. My colleagues who I work with will look at it and say, because of 5,000 naira, mindset has been in jail because he wanted to collect money. I think, I do understand your point, Ola, but I think that in itself will begin to reshape the mindset of Nigeria. Because the thing here is this. Both the poor and the rich, we all have our faults. We have this thing about, we want it easy, the easiest way. We don't want to work hard for it. Not no disrespect. We just want things to go, I beg, give them. That's the way we used to do it. That mindset of it. But when people who want to corrupt the system go in for it, like Odjus Okalo when he was jailed, in the according to Professor Chidodi Kano, that case is still on, right? He committed a crime and he was jailed, and for some reason they game the system as well, and he's out. When you see senators House of Rep members, former governors, not a case that would drag for 30 years. Right? Go to jail for the crime they committed. I think those local government chairmen will look at it. If my Oga stole 1 billion naira, he's in jail. I don't want to touch this money. I think that alone might shape the system. But thank you very much, Ola, for your wonderful contribution. And Nathan, the mic is yours.
I just wanted to remind you, Mindset, that you have to remember how judges are appointed. So, yes, while I agree with you, remember that the judges also are appointees. So they're also beholden to these politicians. So, yeah, you know, if you want to deliver judgments against these people, your days as a judge will be numbered. It's very easy to, if a very powerful politician wants you not to be there. Also, if you have a pattern of rejecting the advances of politicians who want you to do their bidding, you will just not rise in the court system. You will keep being in the same rotation, and you know they will just be giving you useless cases where your judgments will not carry any weight, really. Because remember that the chief judge in a state is the one who assigns cases. So even the case that comes to your court, the chief judge can decide to take a case away from you. He can decide, okay, we don't want this person. So you find often that these very honest judges, they're often stuck doing like cases that don't really, not the big cases, And so, yes, it's not as if we don't have any good judge at all in Nigeria. Of course, we have honest judges, but many of them are stuck, in a system that keeps them at the periphery and refuses to allow them enter any sort of consequential position that can allow them to deliver justice where it affects a large number of people. Judges like that will never get onto election petition tribunals. If they know that this one will ruin the whole thing for us, if we have collected money from this person, So that's why, again, it comes back to the issue of course, it's not an issue of individual judges being corrupt. It's the fact that even if you are not corrupt in our judiciary, you will struggle as a judge. You will not rise the way you're supposed to rise. They will keep you out of consequential cases, And so even the good ones who manage to find their way, who even within the corrupt system manage to say, okay, now this one is too much, right? Even those ones know that they have to tread lightly because they're ultimately dealing with politicians. Now, in places like the UK, for example, their courts are far more solid because there is a more merit-based system of appointment, where that system is really very difficult to remove a judge, And so if judges know that to be chief judge, I cannot annoy the governor, then of course it affects the way they do their work. And so that's why we keep coming back to the system must change. But the system cannot change until the laws change. The people that will change those laws are legislators. The people that will bring those legislators into power are citizens. So ultimately, this is why every person that is elected has far-reaching consequences, not just on the roads that are not built, on the schools that are not built, on the hospitals that are not built. It also affects the judiciary, because those people will make appointments to the court. They also have the power to influence the courts. That's why people like Wike, for example, has the kind of arrogance that he has, because he knows how many judges he has in his pocket. He knows, and the judges he has in his pocket are not like low judges. No, they're people who control which case goes to which judge. And so even as a judge, your power is severely limited by the power of your senior colleagues who have administrative power over you. And that's why it's a systemic issue, not an issue of individual judges, and not limited to the judiciary. Because you can be honest all you like, but you're working within a system that's rotten. And so there's a limit to what you can do.
Thank you, Nathan, for your contribution. I think you remember sometime in 2023, that was it after the election, um, the speech by former Justice Musa Datijo Mohammed. You remember it? I know you knew what I'm about to say, right?
Yeah, I do. Go on.
Yeah, and Nathan, you remember that speech by Justice Musa Datijo? Okay, so what about you, Stride? Is Stride still with us? It appears he's quiet. Okay, so he's not.
No, I'm trying to look it up now.
Okay, yes. So there was a speech he made, and he called out the corruption in the justice system in Nigeria. You know, he's a former Supreme Court justice, so former now, right? And he talked about how things should have been done. And a lot of people were not happy with it, but you know what happened to him? Sorry, I'm not laughing. This is not funny. Few months later, his son was kidnapped. This is how powerful the kind of people we're dealing with in the Nigerian justice system. So when one comes out to, to speak about this thing, it's not really even safe for yourself or, the like of Chief Professor Chidi. I don't know how he managed to navigate this whole thing because it's one man who has taken it upon himself to call these things out. So the problem there is we want a better system. Can we get a better system? Absolutely. Have the Nigerian judiciary been this bad? Not really. You probably would disagree. But if you go back to 2007, this has to do with politics now. The case between the late Muhammadu Buhari and the late Yaradua, the presidential election, right? Hello, are we all together? I don't want, because I don't know what this is.
Yes. I'm listening. Yes.
I'm sorry, my this new hand, this since I'm back on Spaces. Even on the other hand, it keep kicking me out from the Spaces, so I'm not sure if I'm speaking to myself, and I can't see anybody. Everything is
No, I can listen.
okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So if you look at that judgment, it was seven justices, right? And then you have four of them siding with the late Yaradua. You have three of them siding with Buhari, the late Buhari. I mean, if the other judge, from what we had, was able to do what he was supposed to do, maybe Buhari would have become the president in 2007. Okay? Now, because those judges looked at the cases and said, this election was not free and fair. Even the INEC chairman then, Professor Iwu, said, sorry, even the president then, the late Yaradua said it. So what am I trying to say? Then we had judges who would look at things and say, this is what it is. Now, let me go back to the time Atiku Abubakar and Obasanjo was having their issues. How many times did Atiku took Obasanjo to court? Obasanjo is the president. But the court system then look at it and say, okay, Oga, you're wrong. That's not going to happen now. Let somebody take the Tinubu to court. How many times Atiku keep going to court and he keep getting justice? Now, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is the president now, was taken to court. And he won against the president then. These things will not happen today. Maybe it will happen tomorrow. Today is the 16th of June, 2026. Maybe on the 17th, being tomorrow, it will happen. It's highly unlikely that you take these people to court and you will get justice. And I'm not telling you that the judges that listen to this case, we are perfect. But then again, we had something where somebody who is fighting against the system can go to court and say, you know one thing? Yes, I have a good case here. Let the judges look at on the merit of this case and say, mindset, you're wrong. Okay? Ola, go ahead. Your hand is up.
So, mindset. Do you remember a speech that was given by retired Supreme Court Justice Amina Adamu Ogi when she talked about how to clean the stable, and she used an an example of somebody who worked under her. And also, do you remember that guy who was in Senate? Was he in Senate or House of Rep when he said he knows how many cases he got his wife, who was sitting on an election tribunal, to more or less influence her rulings. Now, those are two cases where we've heard about allegations of rotting of the corruption in the system, but were they ever taken up? You see, those are part of the problems that we face. Because if insiders are saying these things, for instance, the guy who was speaking on the floor of, I'm not sure if it was the Senate or House of Rep, that said, oh, his wife used to influence his wife, and some of you guys here, basically he was inferring that you're here because I was able to exert some influence. What should really happen is all the cases that have gone through that woman should have been reopened and relooked at for miscarriage of justice. But as we all know in Nigeria, something will trend for, it will just go about for a few days, and after the next week, a new story comes up, and people forget about it. That's why, even though I heard what you're saying about, yes, there's still some honest Nigerians in the judiciary in different parts, but they know that they're in the minority, and the more they try and cry out, they're going to be marginalized, or like Elnathan said, they'll be pushed, they won't rise, or they'll be given such inconsequential cases that they'll be frustrated out of the service. That's the problem we face.
Thank you very much, Ola, for your contribution once again. Now, sometime in 2023, we had a discussion with some judges and some retired justices and retired judges, and we were discussing the issue of corruption in the judiciary. And as you said, there are quite a number of good ones around. And I remember one saying that it is difficult for him to do his job, but he wants to do what his children will be very proud of. He doesn't want his name to appear in any Nigerian newspaper. So whatever he's doing, he has to do it in his own words, right? His God has blessed him and he's happy with what he's doing. But what he asks of Nigerians is to continue to speak out. This is a judge saying. So when people come out and say you're criticizing judges, there are some of them who would tell you, please, the more you speak out, maybe things will change. I'm not encouraging anybody to go and start doing what you know is not right. But where something is wrong, we have the right to call it out. If you speak to these people privately, they will tell you, some of them, that the rot is too much. And the only way out is for us to continue to call out what is wrong. Okay? That is the only way to save this country if it can be saved. So whether you're in ADC, your APC, or Labour Party, or what have you, if one party is going through a difficult period, it's not something to laugh about. Don't make mockery of them. It's Accord Party today, it's NDC, ADC today, it's ZLP, I think, today. It might be Boot Party tomorrow. It might even be APC tomorrow. What we want is fair justice. Let no one man cannot take over the whole job. I mean, it is not on. Hi, even the time of the military, we didn't have one person control the justice system in Nigeria like we have right now. He let Gani go, he was arrested and everything, but he was one person, not only him, there are quite a number of other judges, other lawyers who confronted the military then. This time around, somebody will be in their living room right now and decide what would happen. That's not how to build a country. That's not how to build a country. And if you think our preferred candidate will win this election, fine, it's good. I want us to have that in mind. Our candidate will win, whatever candidate you believe in. You're running. But one thing I want you to have at the back of your mind: what happens when these cases go to court? What will happen? Can the judge look at them and say, Yes, you won this election, but we are going to do the same thing we did in Imo State. And before we do it would happen. The fourth become the first. Just have that at the back of your mind. Hence, I will continue to encourage everyone, if you can, continue to focus on INEC, Judiciary, and the government in power. Call them out when they are wrong. Bola Tinubu have given us the power to say, criticize me. No policeman is coming to arrest you because you criticize. He said it, not me. Stop fighting. No, continue to fight against yourself. I promise myself I will not tell you people not to fight yourself. But when you decide you don't want to fight anymore, focus on these things. Hopefully, we might have the Nigeria that we all dream for. Since we do not have any other person, we should be rounding up. Okay, Annette, your hand is up.
Yes, I just want to again recommend that, especially for those who still have the opinion that the judiciary is not problematic. The Tijo speech that you recommended, it's a really good speech, and this is by somebody who was retiring, as a justice of the Supreme Court. He was second. In fact, if he hadn't retired, he would have been next in line to become the Chief Justice. So if somebody who was almost becoming Chief Justice could say that, and we know how conservative judges are in general in sort of talking about internal problems, if someone like him could talk about how problematic the current judiciary is, then think of what the normal person feels. It's a very good speech. It's for anybody who wants to read it, if you go to the Channels TV website, just Google Justice Tijo speech on CJN's powers. You'll find it easy to find. And two things that to highlight, I think, from there is, the fact that Chief Justices have so much power and that they have almost like exclusive powers. And we know how a person becomes CJN, not CJN, but Chief Justice in the States. The governors are heavily involved in this. So if the guy who controls everything else that other judges do is himself controlled by the governor who appoints him, or the Chief Justice who controls what other people do is controlled by the president who appoints him, then it's very difficult for us to have a system that works. And that's why we must sort of have a way of, making sure that the judiciary is more independent, and that even within the judiciary, the powers of the Chief Justice and the powers of the Chief Judge in the states and in the federation are also sort of reduced, so that other judges who are honest, judges who refuse to follow the whims of politicians can at least stand a chance in showing that we can have a judiciary that has some sort of independence.
Thank you, Nathan, for your contribution. Stride, are you still with us, or I do not want to appear that you're here and that it's not been given opportunity, because I cannot see anyone raising their hand. Somebody need to help me out, please.
So now there's an Olu raising their hand. There's Abdallah raising his hand. So two people are raising their hands.
All right, thank you. So I'm not.
That's what I.
So I'm not sure who is first. Then let's go with Olu, since Mr. Boyke has spoken earlier on. So let's allow Olu to contribute. Olu, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, House. And thanks, Mindset, for the time you put into these things. What I would say in a very succinct manner, very quickly, is the fact that Yes, when you look at the landscape of judgments we've received across board, it leaves a bitter taste in your mouth most times. And it, you know, it's not too, if one were in despair looking at that, it's not a far-fetched feeling to have. However, having said that, I'd say even in those situations where we feel despair about the judiciary, there are some good ones amongst them. And in some occasions, we've had decisions that we expect, that sit on the side of justice and all of that. One thing that I have noticed in my very, very little interaction with the courts when it comes to election matters or post-election matters is that most of the cases that go to court when we have challenges to the outcomes of the election do not actually go through court. So the facts of the matter does not even get put before the tribunals or before the judges. And I'll explain. So what people who win elections and who have the firepower to employ, to have on their side very sound constitutional lawyers will do is look for technicalities for knocking these cases out. So all of the facts you gather, all the evidence you bring forward does not even get looked at because unfortunately most times people who approach the court on the other side of having lost elections, usually from smaller political parties, smaller concerns, do not have the sort of legal power. And this is my personal experience, others may have different, do not have this sort of financial power to hire the best minds to be on their side. In 2011, after the elections, I went to court with a friend who was a member of the political party I was in at that point. I'd run an election, she lost. So she went to the tribunal and gathered facts, evidence, all those things, went to court. And I went severally just to support them. And I noticed that when her team would sit, and when the AC at that time, ACN at that time, team would sit, you look at the quality and the depth on the opposite side, and you'd be like, Jesus, you know? And they won't even let you bring forward the evidence because they will find something that hasn't been done properly that makes it difficult or gives the judges a window to climb through in giving the judgments they give by striking the cases out. And so that is the problem also on one side, where the people that are professionals in this field do not do due diligence. So they approach the courts, they leave the back door open. And any judge that is not, very morally astute, very morally aware, would allow people climb through these back doors. And so it's not all gloom and doom. Mindset, you mentioned that you were interacting, was it Justice Datijo? You said you were interacted with, and he said he is careful about his name. He doesn't want to do things that would bring shame to him, to his children. A lot of them are like that. They put in 35, 40 years, however long into their careers. They will not willy-nilly throw it down the toilet. So when the other side does not do due diligence in approaching the courts, God's no be for that Christmas, in approaching the courts, then you leave a back door open that allows the judge allow these guys get away. And so I don't take too much of your time. I know we've been here for hours. That's my own little bit to it. But it's not all gloom and doom. We'll keep shouting, we'll keep complaining, we'll keep engaging.
Thank you very much, Odu. I actually raised my hand because you misquoted me. I didn't say I had interaction with retired Justice Datijo. I said, 1 minute, please, let me learn, because I don't want somebody to misquote. I'm very, very careful these days, right? I said a certain judge, right? I had a conversation, I had an interaction with, but I never mentioned the name, and I don't have to because the person is still in the system. But when I talked about retired Justice Datijo was in the speed that he gave. I think and Nathan helped. Sorry, Olu, can you kindly please mute your mic? And Nathan, okay, let me help you. So Nathan then said, anybody who is interested in it should go and look for it on Channel 6. I think I should correct that. Olu, did you get it now? Or do I need to explain better?
Yeah, I apologize. The error is mine.
No, people, there are a lot of people waiting to hear. He said this, so this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. When did he meet that teacher? No, I've never met that teacher before. I've never seen him before, so I want to do a record. But thank you very much, Julie, for your wonderful contribution. Anytime you raise your hand, can we allow Baiki to speak? Or
No, yeah, his hand was up before, so you can go.
okay, thank you. Mr. Baiki, the mic is yours, sir.
Thank you very, very much, Mindset. Today has been a wonderful day on this space. I've been with you all through. I've been listening to all the comments. I really commend you. I commend all the speakers. I've been very, very educated today. And I think you've achieved one purpose for this space, hosting this space today, to direct our minds, our thoughts, on how to act and where to talk and who to talk to. I really commend you. Thank you very, very much, Mindset.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baiki, for your kind words, and thanks to everyone who joined, including yourself. As I've always said, without you people, there's not going to be any space. I will be here by myself, speaking to myself. But thank you for your kind words. Anytime the mic is yours.
Yes. I just wanted to add the issue of, often like I've heard a lot of non-lawyers sort of talk about technicalities, and just so that we don't go away thinking that every sort of piece of evidence that is struck out in an election tribunal, should be let in. So often when people say that election petitions are decided on technicalities, and this is not to dispense with the argument about corruption and all of that. Often when people say they're decided on technicalities, I think people speak as if technicalities are separate from the law. They're not. Technicalities are actually legal rules. And technicalities exist because courts do not decide cases based on suspicion or popular opinion or what people believe happened. It's decided based on evidence, right? And so, because cases are decided based on evidence that is A, properly presented, and B, legally admissible, not every document is evidence, and not every piece of information has evidentiary value, right? So often some people come to court with a million documents, they want the court to read it. But in fact, if I were a judge, for example, of course I would not let every piece of evidence in. The rules that govern whether a document has evidentiary value are governed by the Evidence Act. And you can bring as many documents as you want. The law contains rules governing under the Evidence Act, for example, relevance, authenticity, burden of proof, and most importantly, admissibility, right? So those technicalities should not be seen prima facie as obstacles to justice. What they are, in fact, are safeguards against arbitrariness. So, in a criminal trial, for example, if a judge says, I know this evidence is inadmissible, but because everybody, believes the accused is guilty, I will consider it anyway. People will immediately recognize the danger in that, right? We recognize that in a criminal case, if police tampers with evidence, right, even though on the face of it to a layperson, it may appear to have evidentiary value. Oh my God, but I saw the video. He slapped someone. We already understand that the judge can completely say, we're not going to look at this. And in fact, we don't have jury trials, but like in places where there are jury trials, the court will tell the jury, disregard this document. We do not admit it. So usually the weight of evidence it begins with its admissibility, right? The real problem is that these technicalities are exploited by people who wish to find a way to subvert justice. But technicalities by themselves are not bad. And the real question really is not whether the court relies on technical rules. Every single court in most common law countries, actually, not even common law, every single country relies on technical rules. The question is, are those technical rules applied correctly? Are they applied consistently? Are they applied impartially? So just again, for like, especially non-lawyers, like usually they say this technicality. Technicalities are not bad. Technicalities are necessary instruments of justice. But the question then is, how are they applied? Are they applied to evade justice or to aid it?
All right. Thank you, Nathan, for your wonderful contribution. Do we have any other person that would like to be part of the conversation? Those on the speaker session, Nathan, Ola, Olu, Stride Nation, and Mr. Berkey. I'm not able to see you guys if you raise your hand. I do not know what the problem is. So somebody, one person, someone within yourself will need to let me know if anybody.
I don't.
Go ahead, sir.
There's no, there's no hand.
Okay, that's fine. Since there's no hand up, it appears that we should be rounding up then. Okay. Let's go and start reading out what's going on in the comment section as we wait to see if there's any other person who wants to contribute. Okay. Alto says, if the institution is not corrupt, what does it do to corrupt judges? Miss Brown says, Tinubu in 2015 removed Jonathan using international platform. The opposition needs to sit up and do the needful. A fight for the ADC is a fight for all. Of course, we all know who the target is. Nigeria will never be one party system. We know go agree. Maureen say, nice to be connected with you. Or nice to connect with you as well. Okay, Victor Eliza said he was a senator in the 9th Assembly. Senator Lukachua, thank you for helping us out. Somebody said, I completely agree with Nathan. Dan says, I'm requesting. Dan, you're not here. I can't see you, so I cannot see you. Vivo says, I don't think I will be wrong if I call what is happening in our court judicial. Sorry, I don't think I will be wrong if I call what is happening in our court judicial banditry. They are kidnapping justices, anarchy looms, with an exclamation mark. Okay, so as always, I will only read out what is relevant. So if you're on the platform, if you're in the comment section insulting people, or you're making a point and you're using words that are not acceptable on this platform, I'm not going to read out your comments. So just be very mindful. Put out something that will be, all learn from. If you have a question, I believe the lawyers will be able to respond to those questions. Since we do not have any more person on the comment section, let's do the final thoughts. Hopefully, we'll come back tomorrow again. Hopefully, by then the judges would have listened to the platform. It's not recorded anyway. I'm not recording any speech for now until we get this thing sorted out. Stride Network, with your final thoughts as we round up. Hello? Can somebody help me out? Am I still audible?
Maybe Stride Network is away from with a computer or phone, because obviously they're not responding.
Okay, then would it be fair for us to remove him and then he will rejoin if to know that it's been called and it's not responding? I don't want it to trap you.
That sounds fair, if you've tried to ask him to make a comment or make some points, and there's nothing coming back from his end, then obviously, and you have other people saying, "Look, I've had my hand raised and I've not been called," so you might as well drop him and get somebody else who might want to contribute.
Thank you. Unfortunately, there's no other person who is interested in this. I mean, people are interested, but I think they are more interested in listening than contributing to this particular topic. If there is something yourself, and Nathan or Mr. Baiki want to add, you're welcome to do so as we round up. If not, I'll pass the mic back to you, Nat, for your final thoughts.
I think the reason why, and this is just my thought, that the reason why you don't have many people raising the questions or raising their hands, asking questions, is like they just feel like the situation is dire, and I won't call it a sense of hopelessness, but they just feel, look, we could talk, we could do these things, but if within the legal bodies that are meant to keep their colleagues in check, things are not happening as quick or as fast or as often as the case, as times that we hear of impropriety or allegations of impropriety, then what's the point? So I just feel that's how I see it, or that's what I think.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point. I mean, I do get your point. Sometimes it's quite difficult, especially if you interact with someone who spent their hard-earned money in 2023, believing that things will go the right way, and having so much hope on INEC, and then come to the judiciary, whereby we know that and was a very difficult thing for the Nigerian judiciary to explain. If the Supreme Court, as the highest court in land, is not able to explain to you what "and" means, so I would not blame anyone who's not interested in anything that has to do with the Nigerian judiciary, honestly. But I would encourage them not to throw in the towel, because politics affect everything we do. Politics is our life. If you think, "Oh, I'm not interested in politics," or you go to the market and say, a mudu of Gary is now 700 naira, it was 200 naira. It's politics. The Okada man is charging you double. It has to do with politics, right? So we must we must try our best. Don't get too involved in it if it's going to affect your mental health. But to say that we are going to throw in the towel and allow these guys to ride home freely, I do not think that's where we should be. But thank you very much. Let me continue to read out what's going on in the comment section. I think people are beginning to put out comments on the comment section. And UAL said, judicial corruption cannot be excused by blaming society, as was alluded by John. Society may contribute to the condition that enable corruption. Judges are trained and interested to uphold justice, not to reflect societal work habits. Fair point. Fair point. Any other person that has any other contribution? So Allah is yourself and Nathan. Do you have any other thing you want to add? I'm just trying to buy time because it's 1:30, sorry, 1:16 now. Let me see if we can drag it to 1:30. And Nathan, the mic is yours.
Yeah, of course. I never implied that society is the reason for. I mean, of course, judges have to rise to the best instincts of society, not fall to the worst. That is true, but you cannot separate what the judiciary does from what the political class does. This is just something you can't do. Again, like I said, judges themselves cannot even hold each other to account. Like that previous speech, the Chief Justice is completely on his own when it comes to running the court. Even the second in command to the Chief Justice is it's just a name. He does nothing. He's only provided duties by the by the Chief Justice. Even the Chief Judge, for example, his powers in the way he's able to allocate cases is his alone. There's no other person who can challenge him, even among his colleagues. And so if you even want to hold your own colleagues to account, he can simply make sure you don't get cases and you just sit down there doing nothing. So, of course, the system must change. Individual judges can do what they want, but like if the rules and manner of appointment does not change, in the words of Dead Tijo, absolute power corrupts absolutely. So if you give people that kind of power, they'll misuse it. And in a place where corruption is the order of the day anyway, then it incentivizes people to further engage in this kind of corruption. So judges are not angels, that can fix a society that's dead inside. If the society is, of course, judges can uplift by providing fixes through judgments that say the state of affairs is not as it should be. Again, remember that judges don't just you have to bring your case to court. So it's not like judges go looking for cases to solve. They deal with the cases that are brought before them. And so, of course, you cannot separate the state of the judiciary from the state of the nation.
All right, thank you very much, Nathan. I need Ola, I'm not sure. Okay, it's Roy that knows more about IT. For some reason, something is definitely not right with this whole system here. The other hand, whenever I join it will kick me out. And I've seen people complain that they are requesting or they are not able to come up. So I think I need to go back to Android. I'm not sure. I think
Mindset. One question: do you have on both these your two handles? Do you have the same email address registered with?
No. No.
Okay. Because I've got.
No, it's two different hand. I mean, you guys forced me to go for iPhone, so I was enjoying my Android. I just don't get this.
So, why do you swap it back? Go back to your old handle and use that as your primary one for spaces, and use this one as like a backup. And just try it and see if the problem persists.
So can I?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Can you make? Did you try making your second handle a co-host?
No, I have not done that because I've blocked a lot of people on the other handle. That's why I don't want to.
Yeah, no, just so that you can see if you can bring up other people. Like if you just make it a co-host, just like for now, not like generally, and see if you can see the other people.
Okay, that's right. Let me try and see if I can come back on there because I've actually restarted this one again. But it's kind of it's weird because it never happened before, right? This was it's strange, but it's okay. We'll figure it out. Do we have any other thing? Okay, let me go to my email and see what's going on in the email. I've had an email address on this one. I've added an email address, so you can send an email if there's anything you want us. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is, I don't know who would, both of you could answer this or you could give a perspective of this. Is it also a possibility or is it also a link that the death of civil societies or active civil societies in Nigeria has allowed the rot setting more in the judiciary? Whether Nathan would want to take that. Because in the past, when we were much younger, we saw how NLC, nuns, there was a very active and vibrant civil society who would hold judges, the government of the day, take them to court, raise stuff and everything. And all of a sudden, it seems to become a dying art.
Nathan, do you want to respond to this?
I mean, that's certainly part of it. I know that I've heard people who argued that civil society essentially died, since the days of General Babangida, for example, who allegedly was, dealt the death blow to civil society by infiltrating all of these civil society groups and essentially monetizing activism and, completely destroyed the system. So some people would point to that Babangida era, for example, to say this was when the military government infiltrated NLC, they infiltrated NANS, and many other groups, the teachers' unions, road transport workers, all of these unions. And of course, none of these work today. NANS is in fact, it's beyond useless. Half of the people that are in there are not even students. I mean, even when we were in university, NANS was already dead. It was full of cultists who just were looking for a place to practice cultism. So even in my day, it was already dead, because student union presidents, their primary job was to go from governor to governor looking for money, or from politician to politician begging for money. This was what they were doing. So, yes, in fact, the NLC is completely dead, for example. One would have loved to see the connection between NLC, for example, and the Labour Party. But the Labour Party is just Labour in name. There's no connection to any real civil society or workers' unions. So yes, of course, that's just one of it. But I think that it's just a sign of everything that the country is. When the foundations are completely broken, it's hard for any institution to survive. It's easy to infiltrate, and we see that now with the political parties, and why it's difficult to have any new institution arise, because any institution that arises is easy to capture. You just send your people in. Who was it? Was it not Gbajabiamila who was saying he wants the APC members who joined the ADC to stay there? He was like, no, stay there and do the work that we asked you to do. So of course, he openly admitted that the ruling party has people in all of these parties, and they essentially are just waiting to disrupt and dismantle, or at least provide information. So it's hard to even have any institutional integrity now, whether in civil society or in opposition. And certainly that affects the judiciary. No judge wants to be the one who will sacrifice his life, especially now that if you do the wrong move, your wife will just be kidnapped, or your child will disappear, or something. So of course, we need also to make sure that judges are protected. How else will they be able to go against powerful elements in society that demand that they bend the arm of the law? So of course, it's connected to the larger issue.
Thank you, Nathan. Ola, is that okay, or you still want me to add it?
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. But you could also benefit from your thoughts about this. Now, before you quickly share your thoughts, I've shared something on the timeline where a civil society has written a petition to the Chief Judge Kekereekun regarding that ruling of yesterday. So you see, this is what we're talking about. People should, if we go like Nathan said, those ones that we grew up with seems like they're being systematically ruined. So maybe it's time for new civil society organizations to take up the baton. So yeah, thanks, Mindset.
Yeah, I think I've seen that was from the Something Initiative. Is it that one? Hello?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Okay. Yeah, good move from them. Okay, so Nathan spoke about the civil society and he went back to the military era. Let's come back to democracy since 1999, right? When we had our democracy again, the return of democracy as it's called. And we had a vibrant civil society organization until 2015, right? Now you ask a question, why do I say until 2015? Something happened in 2015. You see, when you have those who would argue that Buhari coming on board was a big mistake, they have every right to speak there because a lot of things that we used to have, i.e., people who take this government and ask questions, you do not have those things anymore because but there's something else that depending on the side you belong to, you would say, okay, they play the politics. If I'm looking at it from a political consultant point of view, I would tell you that they played a good politics. Because one of the things they did was to fund the civil society. I'm not missing words here, so one can go back and do research on these things. Some of the civil society organizations, not all, some of them that participated in those rallies, those protests, they were not doing it because they love Nigeria more than you and I. They were funded. All right. And when they actualized, and when the APC came on board, they cannot fight against some of the people that funded them, right? If you remember 2023, sometime in August 2023, August and October, I did put out a post and I spoke about it on the spaces. I said, it's one thing to be opposition, another thing is to understand how to play the role of opposition. Okay, you have to fund civil society organization. It is politics. Nobody, it will not. I mean, let's say, Allah, please permit me, sir. I'm going to use this as an example. You want to fund this platform today. You're the one that funded this platform today, right? For us to be here for the past 3 hours. I mean, nobody knew that you're the one that funded it. You paid 2 million for the spaces to be hosted, right? So if somebody asks a question, okay, I heard that the spaces was funded for. Nobody knew it was Allah. Only if I come on the platform, I said, hi, Nathan, please, can you help me? Nkechi and Kadede, Ezekiel, Ayo, please, can you guys help me to thank Allah? He actually is the one that funded the spaces today. He paid 2 million naira for the spaces. I don't know if I'm making sense or not.
Yeah, I get your rationale.
So if as an opposition you think that civil society, some of them, not all, would live where they are being funded and say, don't get involved. And then they will come back and then do the job. It doesn't work that way. It is not a difficult thing. It's quite simple, right? So the problem now, I apologize for coming back to the opposition again, is just that they know better. They know better than any other person. And the worst thing you can do in life as a human is to try to convince somebody who has made up their mind and they know better than you. There's nothing else you say on this planet Earth that will make sense to them. Right? Normally, on a good day, on a normal day in Nigeria, sorry, that's the wrong word to use. I apologize, guys. It's not a good day. And when you hear that people are being kidnapped, or this thing that the judges have done, we see all these things. Civil society will be the first to start writing that. I know there are one or two out there who are doing the job, but there are quite a number of them who needed funding. So we have to be funded. We cannot just go out. Nothing happens. Nothing goes from nothing. There's nothing. Most protests you see are sponsored. Most protests you see, not all, most of them, political protests, not right. But nobody wants to hear. They will say, it's Nigeria belongs to each and every one of us. We are all going to come down and save it. I agree. Even in America, when there is a protest, I'll allow you here, and Nathan, you know this, so both of you know this better than myself. When there's a protest against Trump, there's always the name that comes up, right? The name is George Soros. And Nathan, you remember? Gosh, I wish somebody's. I don't know if I'm speaking to myself, so we must swear.
Yes.
So there's always the name that comes up. Oh, this protest is being sponsored by George Soros. Maybe he's the one, maybe he's not, but people know that he's the one that have the power to say, guys, How much do you need to go out right now? And you look at it, it's organic. There's absolutely nothing organic about these things. But somebody will tell you, no, Nigeria needs to be saved, and we all need to come down. As I said before, and I will continue to say, I'm not here to do charity for anybody. Okay, hence I like to do my thing on Zoom meeting where I get paid once in a while. We come on spaces, we interact and everything. But hey, I will leave it at that. Allah is not even longer on the platform, so let's leave it at that, and hopefully we'll come back another day. I don't know if there's anything else to add.
No, I think oh, I see your second handle now as listener.
Yes, I actually what did I do? I'm here now. So what I did, I restarted my phone again, and I think I might have seen what the problem is because I was using the same network. So I've using a different network on this one. So I'm back. I think that might be the thing that is making it to. So I wish we have another person who would like to contribute. But,
I mean, did you make your second one a co-host, and then you will see those who are requesting?
Okay, let me do that, but it will kick a lot of people out. There's a lot of people that will leave this platform, believe you me.
No, but even if it's co-host?
Yes, if I'm a co-host and I've blocked people out as a co-host, it will kick a lot of people out. Oof. That's the thing. That's the danger of having a co-host. Hence, I keep asking the question: if you have a co-host, please make sure that you have not blocked anyone, right? But I think we've done very well this afternoon.
Yes.
And thank you very, very much for your wonderful contribution, and thank you for educating us. Ola, Olu, and every other person. Hopefully, we'll come back to discuss other issues that have to do with this great country called Nigeria. I'm reading my emails. One of the questions here is, can you discuss? If you pay for my time, I'm happy to discuss it. Somebody's asking if you can discuss Ameti being Atiku's vice presidential candidate. I don't mind. If you pay for my time, I'm happy to discuss it. But apart from that, I'm more focused on judiciary, INEC, insecurity, and anything that has to do with Nigeria in general. But if you really want me to discuss that, please send an email. I'm quite happy for us to discuss it, but you're going to pay for my time. On that note, I wish everybody well. Nathan, thank you. Please send an email if there's anything, any